For every city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is Legion Day. May, right? Yeah, May 27th, YC127. This is the Eve Universe Show. Welcome, 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 guys. How's it going? We are desperately still trying to get some trig salvage. So we are here on this wormhole, just getting some salvage done. We did notice that, like, there's a lot of, I feel like there's been a lot of people disrupting this task recently. Yeah, so, okay, so, sorry, I was saying do not claim your 7 days of Omega. Correct. That is the moral of today's story, and we will lead with that today, just so that way we don't have any confusion. And of course, I'm probably going to have to mention this multiple times in the near future. But, so, in the New Eden store right now, because of Legion, we have 7 days of Omega for 10 plex, and if you are Omega, you get 10 plex. So if you already are Omega, you can just get the 10 plex and then spend them on the Omega. If you're not already Omega, you can just buy the Omega. You can buy the Omega, and we're going to actually test, because I'm not 100% sure, but we're going to test live on stream. I have another character that is Omega, or Alpha, that I'm going to buy the 7 days Omega to see whether or not you get the Plex after going Omega, because you might be able to just redeem. So you buy 10 Plex on the market, you use it to get your 7 days of Omega, you then sell your Plex on the market. We're going to test that in a little bit. But why do I tell you to not do that, especially if I'm about to do that? Well, here's the thing about this. We have the login campaign, right? The login campaign is 14 days, right? You don't, at least not historically. We don't know. I've never heard of this being done where there's different rewards like that. So we're going to test it. That's all I'm saying. We're going to test it. But the more important thing is, maybe it has happened. You know what, Jeff? You're probably right, but we're going to test it just in case. So this track has 14 days of rewards that can be claimed in the next 20 days. However, there's Alpha reward track and Omega reward track. The Omega, according to the actual post, not the first expansion. Look, I don't get to memorize every single detail. It's still going to be worth testing it. It's still going to be worth testing it. Besides, it's Kato Ash. That's what she's there for, is to test these things, right? So, okay. Legion is here, and it says right here, if we're going to scroll past everything to, all right, this limited time offer ends on 3rd of June. Now, last time they said this, that means it was claimable on the 3rd of June, and that's important because if we pull up the calendar, the 3rd of June is next Tuesday, so in 7 days. So, given the fact that this is 14 days, and today is day 1, in theory, if you claim your 7 days of Omega next Tuesday, you should get the entire track's Omega rewards for 10 plex. If you claim the Omega track, because the thing is about claiming these track rewards is that they are retroactive. They're basic, like, I know we're talking about testing things, but I'm reasonably sure they are retroactive. Usually they specify that they're retroactive. They don't quite say it this time, but I'm going to just assume. There are 10 plex in there. Where? What? Oh, if I do if you do your dailies, yeah, you can do your dailies too. But my point is that you're going to want, like, because if you look at it, you get 250, 325, 325 skill points. If you use Omega today and on your alpha account, you will lose out on 325,000 skill points. Whereas if you do it in next Wednesday, you'll get all those skill points too. That's the reason why I'm saying you don't want to claim it today if you're an alpha. So alphas may not want to do that. I'm going to give them a little bit of time to build up some recs. I'm going to salvage these recs, and then we will log in my other character. We'll log in Kato. In fact, let's send Kato Ash some money. Let's just send her 100 million. We're going to be looking at all the stuff, or like some of like as much as we can of the expansion today, including the ships, some skins, etc. But right now we are looking at, first and foremost, I want to get information out to you guys. So we are testing this this program, or this whether or not the Omega, how the Omega and Alpha interact with each other with when it comes to this sale or offer, I should say. So we're going to log in my Alpha. Now remember, with the 7 days of Omega, you can train skills that are Omega only, but once you revert back to Alpha, if that's your plan, you lose all of that. The Omega says it ends on June 3rd. Does that mean on the last day? So my last time we had this discussion, June 3rd was the last day. Like, that day would be the last day to claim it. So what my nightmare scenario is that I'm recommending people to do this, and then on Tuesday it's off. I would petition the hell out of that, but you like, just to be, it is a little bit risky, but I believe that's how it worked last time. Okay, so I need Plex. I don't have any Plex. Let's search for Plex. Right, but it says this time limited offer ends on June 3rd, which would mean, usually last time that meant that was the last day. We might be able to get some clarification on that. But in the meantime, what is going on with my Eve client? There it is. Is that just, hold on. That's weird. Why is it doing this this way? Did OBS like change how things work now? I don't know. Whatever. I'm not even worried about it right now. We're going to buy 10 Plex for 64 million ISK. And then we go into the New Eden store. We get 7 days of Omega. We buy it now. So again, you don't want to do this until at least Monday, if not Tuesday of next week. Ooh. Ooh. Look how much more I am. All right. So we see full SKINR access, 10 times Evermarks, boosted rewards, more contracts, accept all missions, unlimited training, the Elite Advantage. What is the Elite Advantage? The Elite Advantage is just a summary of everything else, right? Whatever. Either way. So now, I can't get out of here. Wait, there it is. If we go back into the Nest store, continue shopping, it is not here. Yep. And we're going to log out and log back in just to make sure. Looks like you can still get the full track and get, if you grab the Omega on the second. Okay, then there you go, just in case. Just to double check, if I open up the New Eden store again, it's not there. So yeah, you do not get the 10 plex back if you buy it, but for 10 plex, you get to be an Omega for 7 days. Too easy. Too easy. All right, let's go ahead and hop back over to Ash. Okay, let's look at... We have a new dev blog. Legion is here. Illustrious Capsuleers, the Legion expansion has landed in New Eden, unleashing a new wave of new opportunities to energize your next chapter among the stars. Freelance jobs help corporations grow while giving new Capsuleers meaningful ways to connect and contribute. 2 powerful new ships enter the battlefield, while new sovereignty upgrades enable deeper customization into nullsec space. Corporations can now establish a corporate palette, crafting unique visual identity to boost pride, unity, and recognition. A massive ship and module balance pass, refreshing fleet, combat, and logistics. In addition, visual updates to ships and the map bring style and function together. I need to be invited back into the fleet. I'm salvaging at the same time because we need trig salvage. We need trig salvage. These Baba Yagas are very, very, very expensive at the moment. Given the price of trig salvage right now, it's like the Baba Yaga is like something like 20 billion ISK plus to make, I think. Wasn't it? Did somebody, like, if we looked it up, I think somebody actually had a thing. That might be high, but I thought it was crazy. Is it 12 builds to build? But that's not even right, because it's assuming... no, none have been made. Invention takes at least 23 hours. That's assuming that somebody has, like, a nullsec facility and all that stuff. And then it's going to take a couple of days, or a day or two, I think 2 days to build. There were some partners that got to play around with them on the test server over the weekend. I'm not one of the people that get to be part of the cool list, so I didn't get to do it. But there are some videos kind of showing it off. But also, because it's the test server, they're showing it off with, like, fits that I don't think are reasonable for people to use. So, I don't know. In addition to that, yeah, it's going to be a little while for Legion to kind of trickle out, as it were. Which, this kind of goes into something that we were talking about off stream this morning, where it's like, you know, this goes, man, there's always that concern about, like, oh, is this a real expansion, or blah, 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 blah. And the thing about EVE expansions are that, you know, they're both free and significantly more frequently than a lot of other games, right? Most MMOs, when, like, what EVE would call an expansion, most other MMOs would consider, like, a point release patch, right? Like an expansion is usually something that you get every couple of years. Often you have to pay for it, all that kind of stuff. Whereas, like a content patch is something that's free, comes out every 3 to 4 months, and kind of introduces a little, like one or two new major features or whatever. So EVE expansions are closer to that second one just in general, right? We get them every 6 months or so. But even then, they're split into 2 parts with the normal release and the major update or whatever. In fact, actually, so yeah, that's a whole extra story. But let's talk about what Legion has today. Legion expansion highlights. We're going to play this without music just in case they copyright me. They got themselves a cool skin for that. They didn't release any new skins for the Babaraga, which is weird. God, the new ships look so good. In my opinion, they're the most... Yeah, we're going to check out what freelance jobs are available. That's absolutely true. And we're going to check out the new map. Deadlier Doomsday. More Doom. We are going to look at all the new skin looks because they do look amazing. Okay. Freelance jobs help corporations grow while giving new capsuleers meaningful ways to connect and contribute. 2 powerful new ships enter the battlefield while new sovereignty updates... I think we already looked at those. Oh, no. New sovereignty updates enable deeper customizations to null-sec space. Corporations can now establish a corporate palette. In addition, visual updates to ship and map bring style and function together. They should add Sov-like feature to Pochfin at some point. What? I don't even... That sentence doesn't even make sense to me. Pochfin does have sovereignty. The Triglavians have sovereignty over Pochfin. I did notice that you can see jobs that you aren't eligible for, which I find kind of mid. Like, I don't like that at all. I think that, like, it's better to be able to go underneath the radar. But we will look at it. So if we open up opportunities, we can see got buff. We can now start talking in past tense. Oh, what is Surgical Strike rollback? So during Surgical Strike, I think it was a 20% nerf across the board on the effectiveness on resistance modules. A little while back, it was about halfway reverted, leaving about 11% of a nerf remaining, and now they're rolling back that remaining 11%. So in practice, what that means is that all resistance-based modules, pretty much all resistance-based modules, are getting an 11% nerf today. Got an 11% buff today. Buff today. It got a buff today. Today, actually, one thing that is kind of crazy about all of the different updates today, there are basically no nerfs. The only nerf that is available, like that I know of, is carrier space superiority fighters. Like players solve to simulate the clades, like corps of players that have certain minimum level of standings with trigs can put down their own Sov and Pochfin systems. I strongly disagree. I mean, like I said, I think that the trig have solve in Pochfin. What I've always think that should be is that your standings should give you better and better rates in the Triglavian stations. Like, I like the fact that it requires Triglavian standings to be able to access station services. Oh yeah, the ENI did get nerfed. That's right. Fuck. No, can't add anything to the game without nerfing the Galente. Anywho, so I think that it should make it so that supporting the Triglavians is more rewarding for people that are in it. Maybe have it so that, you know, there is that higher, you know, you have to have 4.0 or higher or whatever with the Triglavians in order to use the industry, but then make it so that using an NPC, the Triglavian NPC station is roughly the equivalent of using a player structure. So that way you don't feel like you're being nerfed by using an NPC station. Hey, what's up, Satonia? The Merm Navy got buffed, though. The Merm Navy got buffed in the most technical way possible. The Executor Navy issue is what we're talking about. So the Merm Navy buff was a buff to the hit points of the web drones. When I was sitting there, when I sit in my Merm Navy issue, I don't think to myself, man, if only my web drones were harder to kill, that would solve the problem. If you had given more of a speed bonus to those web drones, so that way those web drones can actually, you know, I know you guys actually did change that, but the ENI got nerfed in the most technical way possible. Okay, let's go look. It lost 5. That's not a technicality. That's a 5% effectiveness loss. What are you talking about? The web drones are not the most critical issue in the Myrmidon Navy issue. And the thing that isn't critical about the thing that, like, the hit points of those web drones aren't that isn't, I can't imagine that ever playing into a major consideration. Whereas a 5% nerf to damage is huge. What are you talking about? That's big. I don't know, man. I love you, Satonia. I think you lost the point on this one. Anywho, I do appreciate, like, I think that you guys did a lot of great stuff with this expansion, but yeah, either way, I was mostly teasing about the it just bothers me how much pro Caldari people want to complain about the ENI and continue to get it nerfed over and over again. Not necessarily you guys. Corvus asking for there to be more nerfs to the ENI. It's like, come on, man. Whatever, dude. Yeah, the Caldari don't have any ships that people want to buy with LP. That's true. Caldari ships, so bad. Historically, famously bad. Off topic. We don't have a topic right now. There's an Omega to claim. Saw the thumbnail. Yeah, so you can claim 7 days of Omega right now in the New Eden store. If you are already Omega, then you can claim your Plex, 10 Plex, and then you can claim the 7 days of Omega. 07 Eve Shadow Cartel. You can claim your 7 days of Omega with that 10 Plex. If you are not... well, that's good to know. If you are not Omega, if you're Alpha right now, and Satonia, maybe you can help me clarify, because this is actually really, really important, okay? So this right here, let's pin down Satonia and get a real answer from him. This is something that you should be able to answer. So down here it says that this reward, this goes until the 3rd of June. Does this mean that the people can claim it on the 3rd of June? Because the 3rd of June is next Tuesday. If they claim their Omega on the 3rd of June, then it'll go all the way to the end of the track. But I don't want to tell people, oh God, is there any way that you could find out at some point and let us know, or at least somehow we can get some sort of clarification, preferably before next week? Because I don't want to tell people to wait until Tuesday based on this verbiage, only to have everyone screwed over. Are the cruiser buffs everything? Yes. The tracking bonus for the rupture is in the patch. Basically, everything that we talked about last week that's in this, expansion update, Legion expansion notes is going on. Thank you so much, Sutonia. Just let me know when you get a word either way. But the point of the matter is that how about not min-maxing the last minute and just grab it when you want to play? Oatman, the issue here is there is, if we go back to, hey, they did this, not me. There is 150,000 skill points minimum at stake here. If you apply that Omega today, you're losing out on 325,000 skill points, which is like most people who are alpha. I would say that in the Venn diagram, the people that are alpha and who could really use 375,000 or 325,000 skill points, I feel like that's a circle, right? I don't feel like I feel like there's a lot of crossover between those two groups. Also, yes, make sure at the very minimum that you do your daily logins every day, even for your alpha accounts for this reason. You do need 10 plex. You need 10 plex to get all of those rewards as an alpha. But if you do your opportunities for career opportunities, you can get half of that in the same amount of time, because it's like your third milestone. So it's like what? 3, 6, 9. So yeah, if you do your dailies every day during that time, then you'll get half of your plex paid for you. But for basically 65 million ISK, you get all of the extra stuff. No. Yeah, this is about how to get your Omega, use your Omega playtime to get the track rewards, because these track rewards are retroactive. If you buy Omega in 7 days, if you activate the Omega in 7 days, you'll be able to go back and claim all of these previous login rewards. But if you claim it now and Omega ends in 7 days, then all of these future Omega rewards past day 8, you won't get. The monthly track for dailies give 150,000 skill points and 10 plex for Omega rewards. Wait, what? 10 plex? Monthly track for dailies. This says 5 plex. Am I missing something? I know that, like, I thought it was tomorrow they're doubling the air career missions. Okay, good. Cool. We're all on the same page then. So tomorrow, I believe I've heard. Now, it's supposed to be today, but starting tomorrow, all of the rewards from the air career program are supposed to be doubled. Or all of the SP rewards. And it's supposed to be retroactive. That's what I heard this morning. Yeah, okay, CSP Okami said it's tomorrow. There you go. What happens if people already finish the... My understanding is retroactive, so you'll be able to go back and just claim it. Hey, Wesley. If you're an alpha and have done the daily on all 3 characters and upgrade Omega, you get 3 times 5 plex. Yeah, Mari, that's true. But, like, I'm trying to sell people that this is an easy thing to do. And that, I mean, yes, if you put in the work, there's definitely the opportunities there for you, for sure. Yeah, retroactive also confirmed by CSP Okami. There you go. But that's tomorrow. You have to be a drone to do those dailies on more than one character. I mean, yes and no. It depends. Like I said, if you're just getting into the game now, you're trying to maximize your stuff. There are kids in high school, in college, or something like that, where if you tell them, oh yeah, if you just work on this for an hour, then you maximize all your rewards in over the next week or whatever. Like, I mean, some people like playing the game. Some people actually enjoy playing the game, as it turns out. I used to do dailies on 15 characters. Did get burned out after a while. I can't even really consider. I'm so bad at doing my dailies. We should start doing them on stream just to make sure I do them. I should join the Rogue Drone faction then. All right. So let's see. Freelance. Oh, no. Let's go with Legion today. Okay, so we have the Babaraga and the Sarathiel. Wasn't so bad when half the month you could complete them just through manufacturing. Yeah. If you have a scanner in the starter system, you get 12 dailies easy in a month by just doing one ammo BPC and scanning all those both on those days that they're both on the menu. No, Legion on the 7th? What? No, 27th. It's out today. It's today, baby! All right, so we got your login rewards. We should probably cover that real quick. We've been talking about how to maximize your daily rewards. Let's look at what they are. What do you get for it? On day 1, we're getting 20,000 skill points and atomic sheen glass. Yeah, atomic sheen glass. Let's see. Create new design. Hull selection. Babaraga. Because of course we're doing it on that. The 7th is when the drifters attacked Jita. That was at the beginning of the month. Hold on. Okay, so what is this thing? It is atomic sheen gloss. So this is going to take forever, isn't it? I wish there was a search. It's like a greenish color, right? What? Oh, this only shows own. Ha 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 ha. Atomic sheen gloss. That's bright. That's atomically bright. I feel like that actually has some good potential to it. I'm drinking my coffee out of my Convocation of Empyreans mug. Always makes the coffee taste better. All right, so tomorrow we get... I'm painting my Babaraga that color. Evermarks. Yeah, there is a wipe coming to Frontiers soon. Wait, isn't the 7th when the next thing for Frontiers is happening? I don't even remember. You already redeemed the 10plex Omega. Hold on, Hobby. If you are already Omega, then it's not that big of a deal. It's only if you're an Alpha right now that it really matters. Yeah, so much for Grimdark, right? 7th is a Saturday? Okay, well, that doesn't sound very reasonable. All right. So tomorrow we get 1,000 Evermarks and Starcy Blast Classic. Day 3 we get Quaif Zero Classic and Shock Trace. Oh, you're an Alpha? I'm sorry to hear that, Hobby. Well, I tried to get my warning up as fast as possible. That's all I can say. I even posted it on the Discord earlier. So, anyway, Shock Trace. We're gonna go over here and say where is it? It's like a lightning bolt looking thing, right? Hold on, I need to be doing my job and salvaging at the same time. Streaming don't pay the bills anymore. I gotta also salvage. So, you know, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, consider becoming a sponsor or a patron or member or patron. Where is it? There it is. Whoa. Okay. Oh, it's got a cool like fade thing going on too. We can like, yeah. Oh, that actually has some cool potential to it. That has some pretty cool potential to it, especially with like, hold on, with like a mirror and then offset. Yeah, baby. Oh, there's some potential there. There is definitely some potential there. I like that, Skinner. All right. Next is more Evermarks. Is the salvaging magnate note not it? Wait, what? Yes, there is some nice Twitch drops going on. The salvaging magnate's great, but like I'm just doing it with a Noctis because I'm an elitist prick. Okay, so day 4 we get 2,000 Evermarks and 25,000 skill points. Day 5 you get Quafe 0 and Starseed Blast. Day 6 you get 25,000 skill points and agency support drop. Day 7 Sapphire Moonrise Satin. Sapphire Moonrise Satin. Wait. Oh no! Oh no, 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 no. Okay, that's the actual atomic sheen that you're going to get. I had to change it a little bit. With one of my alphas I salvaged with a Gnosis Great Ship. Yeah, that can be good. Why am I being... Am I being locked by this Hecate? Is he going to try to kill me now? Why are you killing me, Hecate? That's a silly thing to do. I doubt it, but... Oh, it's Noir. Huh. Anyway, so we are looking at Sapphire Moonrise. So it's like a blue. There it is. Ooh, very, very eating calm blue. Why? Well, yeah. I mean, like, why would somebody sacrifice their Hecate? Because you'd have to suicide gank me right now. How did the structure defense go, by the way? No. Some people did show up to like try to third-party help, and I really do appreciate it. But that was just enough to trigger the Snuff's response waiting in the wing. So Snuff dropped, and then the structure died. I'm sure the people that showed up to help me are mad at me now or something, which, you know, whatever. So then past this is, so now we're in day 8. So this is now where, like, if you don't wait to redeem, you won't get it as an Omega. But Faded Jade Gloss. Like, there it is. Ooh, so that's interesting. It's almost got like a minty color to it. If you combine that with some sort of like a darker green, you might even be able to get like a good, like a Galente vibe going on. People like the minty one, huh? I love how CCP forgot the... I forgot how I love how CCP forgot the hard Navy cap activation reduction was a decrease, not an increase, so now they cost 50% more until tomorrow. That's, so ironically enough, that's the kind of mistake that is not very difficult for CCP to make. So if we go to, I mean, like, obviously a QA should probably catch it, but we can see that it goes from this to, so wait, what? Oh, wait, hold on. Cap 1 ABC 2. Huh. Weird. But you have the update from earlier. Wait, that didn't change anything. Huh. Where is it? I don't know. Any rate, it is, so like things like resistance and bonuses like that often can get flipped around because you don't really think about how the math is working behind the scenes with the stat. So it's kind of easy to accidentally increase everything by 10% rather than reduce everything by 10%. That's a pretty funny mistake to make, though. All right, so day 10, we're getting another 125,000 skill points. Oh, we also get spinal limited, which also I think will look pretty cool. Ooh, that does look pretty cool. Hold on. Let's go ahead and change this color to something darker. Redder. There we go. And then scale it up. And offset it. That's it. That does, I mean, yeah. I think that looks pretty cool. How much SP for alphas? Well, if you go, remember, you can get Omega for 7 days for 10 plex. So you can get all of the SP for Omegas as well if you spend that on Monday or Tuesday. We'll get confirmation about whether or not you can do it on Tuesday at some point. Hopefully. Is there a great deal on Omega now? Well, if you get the normal Omega deals, there are, we can look at those. They're like, they were selling Plex. They have a sale on Plex and they have a sale on Omega. So if you combine those together, that can be really good. Oh, so many, not how many. That's good. Yeah, there's a lot of skill points up for grabs with this login event. So day 11, we have Gravistar Black Metallic. Aha, that sounds good. I'm excited about that one. Gravistar Black Metallic. Oh, it's got like a dark blue look to it. So Plex and Omega, right? Yeah, if you combine those two deals, it ends up being really good, especially depending on how big of a pack you get. Also, remember, you still get the police skins too. So it's, if that's a route that, if that makes sense to you, it's a good deal. I'll say that. Yeah, oh, with gold? Let's try that out. Like if we go, I like gold. Oh, baby. Yeah, that has some pretty hefty Eating calm vibes, right? Man, that reminds me of like painting Warhammer 40K video, like figurines, where every single black is actually some, like every gray is some shade of blue. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Marauders and Black Ops are always going to be very expensive. Well, you buy it with ISK. Yeah, this does look really good. Very eating comish. All right, so then another 175,000 skill points on day 12. And on day 13, we get the Gray Matter Matte and Splatter Strike Limited, or Splatter Strike. So let's go ahead and look at Splatter Strike. Now, I don't know whether or not these are going to get introduced in any other way, or if this is the only way to get these things. Obviously, if this is the only way to get these things, then there's not going to be an unlimited version, which is always kind of unfortunate. But I feel like patterns probably work better as a unlimited or limited version than colors do. And then the color that we're looking on is Gray Matter Matte. So matte, like a greenish. There it is, Gray Matter Matte. Okay. So yeah, it's also like almost a slightly minty look. It looks you know what it looks like? It looks like yes, if you are an alpha, you want to wait until next Monday or Tuesday to claim the 7 days of Omega, so that way you get the entire track rather than only the first half of the track Omega rewards. If you claim it today, you probably will only end up with half of the track Omega rewards. Whereas if you get it next week, then you can retroactively claim the ones from this week, and it will continue on until the end of the login track. So, and then that's it. The last day is 150,000 skill points and a Cerebral Boost Accelerator. So in total, we see in here 550,000 skill points for Omegas. And let's add it up for Alphas. For Alphas, you get 20, 45, 75, 125, 200. So 200,000 skill points as an Alpha, 550,000 skill points as an Omega. But if you get your Omega on Monday night, Tuesday morning, or whatever, like the last possible point that you can get it, then you can get all 550,000 skill points for 10 plex, basically. So yeah, lots of skill points. 500,000 skill points just for logging in 14 days out of the next 20 as an Omega pilot. Which is a big deal, especially for, so half a million skill points is about 10 to 11 days of Omega, or skill training as an Omega, twice that as an Alpha. Check out the Ascendancy Legacy Pack. What? Oh, in the Eve store. Oh, yeah. No, we haven't gotten there yet. We're going to talk about that at some point here. So, let's see. Anything else? We have been covering this expansion over the last several you know, like we've been over all the patch notes and everything. We don't really have any like news going on, or like there like news about the expansion, last second news. There is real quick, there is some patch notes for this morning. But that's the Omega claim offer. Structures in high-sec Corruption 5 systems are now able to be used to attack players who are shooting the structure. Faction Warfare infrastructure hubs can now correctly pay out LP again when a system is captured by players who shot the iHub on the grid. You no longer have to have your safety set to red to activate capital emergency hull energizer modules in low security space. That's really funny. I can imagine that there is somebody that was relying on that, and they went to go hit it at exactly the right time, and then it didn't work, and they didn't know why. So the main things about this patch are the 2 ships and the resist buffs. I mean, I think that probably. Hold on. Because, like, let's be frank, we're going to look at corporate projects or freelance projects, but I'm not sure how much that's actually going to influence our day-to-day life this moment. We do have, yeah, it's true. There is the new effect generators in nullsec. There was some improvements in nullsec, the new sites in nullsec. Shoot, where is it? The Leviathan and Komodo no longer have a bonus for battleship-sized torpedoes. So here's my question for you guys. I don't know that much about, like, I'm willing to admit that I don't know everything about capitals, but do the other dreads have bonuses for the hog guns? If Komodo also lost its bonus for XL Torps until tomorrow. It is patch day, guys. That means everything is going to go wrong today. We're going to see how things play out. So yes, I mean, like, just be advised, like, everything's going to be borked today. It's a big improvement over the old days where the server didn't even come up for like another day. These aren't oh, those are Titans. Those are Titans, not dreads. That's why that is. Got it. My mercenary den windows will now be remembered if a player adds it to the left panel of the Neocom after restarting the client. Cool. Missing help pointers for modules and charges and fitting windows have been added. A number of text effects in the Sovereignty Hub window has been fixed. The TCU slot in the Sovereignty Hub UI has been removed. So these are the patch notes above and beyond the patch notes from last weekend. Thank you, guys. We've been talking so much about the dreads and the cap, and like I for some reason just assumed that they were dreads in my head, and I get it. We're moving on. Thank you. So, but it's also something that can't be unseen that the thorax line is changing into flying keys. That I get it. I get what you're saying. I like to joke around that the thorax even more than ever looks like something that should vibrate. The new map. Let's go check out the new map. Now, I mean, obviously, the word "new" here is kind of funny because this is basically the old map as before, but we now have these new filters and these new extra buttons. One of the cool things about this is that we can, so like if I am trying to figure out my, hold on a second, there's a hair in here and I don't want him to salvage underneath me. If I want to set destinations, I can just select something and then go add waypoint, add waypoint, add waypoint. So as an explorer, it's a lot cooler, I would say, because you can set up these kind of destinations without having to like right click and do that stuff. In fact, oh, there's a hotkey for it. I don't know if that was true before, but so I can go like, I can set statistics. No, geography, sovereignty, all factions and alliances. No. Security status. I'm gonna favorite security status so that way it shows up easy to find. And then I can go like, okay, I'm gonna set my first destination to here. Does that not work? Oh, control. I can set my first destination to there and then set further destinations like the, oh my god, this feels great. I love this. I don't even know if the old map did that, but the new map does, and that's all that counts. Why should we not claim our 7 days yet? Because if you claim it today, then your Omega will run out before you're halfway done with the track. But if you claim it in 7 days, then you'll be able to retroactively claim all of the previous week's stuff and still have enough to get to the end of the track. People are still waiting for the dotline map? Absolutely. Yes, yes, yes. And there is a certain amount of like, it's almost unfortunate how much CCP sold what's coming after today. It makes today feel even thinner a little bit, but it is what it is. Waypoints were were the hot. Don't ruin my life, Mullen. So the Omega offer is going to be available until the 3rd. I believe Satonia was going to look into whether or not that means that you can claim it next Tuesday or if you have to claim it next Monday. So yeah, the map does look good. I'm definitely waiting on the further improvements. A lot of this stuff was already there. I think it's cool that, you know, you can favorite stuff, but I'm not going to bend over backwards singing the praises yet, quite yet. I do like it's a better layout for the UI, but it's not like a significant improvement to the actual map itself. Well, that's I think a pretty good summary of it. Filters can now be accessed in a new filter bar located at the bottom center of the map, replacing the previous drop-down menu of the map header, which we already looked at. Players can now add filters to their favorites and quickly access and switch between them. A filter bar can be customized by right-clicking the Manage Filter categories. So you can clear out some noise, right? Like you can open up the map and you can be like, I don't really care about services stuff. Actually, I honestly, low-key, I kind of like the services thing as a way of looking like, oh, look, here's all the things here's all the fitting services. But let's say I don't need services, or I don't need insurgencies on the map. What? Is this not even doing it? Insurgencies, corruption. Okay, things are being a little bit weird, but now it's better. Okay, so let's say I don't need insurgencies on the map. I can manage filter categories and turn off insurgencies. So now insurgencies don't even show up on my thing. CCP borked it. I don't know. I don't know if it was a bug with the way I was using it or if it was taking a little bit of a delay or whatever. But it's working now. 2 new quick action buttons have been added. Players can use them to instantly refocus the camera in either the current location or the home station, which is good. New view mode toggle Let's between 3D view and abstract. These used to be just part of the menu. Can you talk a little bit about the resist buffs, please? How significant do you think that they are? I.e., do you think that they'll benefit smaller groups? Maybe hold a grid a bit longer. So honestly, for the most part, the thing is about the resistance changes is that it's only really affecting the modules, right? So hold on a second. Yeah. So we can see here that even multi-spectrum, but what about multi-spectrum armor? Really? Hold on. I just want to double, because I was afraid that something is true. I just want to double check it. Oh, it's the other way around. Yeah. So multi-spectrum energized membrane. Wait. Hold on. Multi-spectrum energized. Am I crazy? What is... Okay. I'm having a moment of madness here because they did change the name of these things. But there was, like, there's a membrane and then there's a hardener, right? Or... hold on. Okay, so there's a coating. That's what it is. There's a coating and a membrane. So the multi-spectrum energized membrane is the enam, right? We're all correct. We're all that makes it. Why is it Chronos locking me? Is the Chronos going to try to kill me? You're gonna gank me with your Chronos? This situation is getting weird. Hold on, let me think about what I'm doing for a second, because I have too much value to be fucking around. Did we just get pushed off or something? Is that what happened? Hold on. What is happening? That Kronos is he just going to finish off the site? Is that what's happening? You going to ruin it for everybody? Well, definitely getting more rats to show up. Hold on. Things are getting silly. Let's be silly for a few minutes. Ash salvaging after fleet mates. The Kronos is just a new thing. Yeah. I was originally salvaging for our fleet, but now somebody's come to try to like take our stuff or like fight the hole, and so I'm just salvaging everything I can get. My hands on. I mean, this is working so far. If the Kronos, I guess, wants to speed up our progress, then it's fine. Or did the Kronos leave? Oh, the Kronos left. Victory's mine! Aha. Alright, back to the MTU, I guess. Okay, where were we? Very distracted. Okay, so what does this resistance nerf, or what does the resistance buff mean in practicality? In practicality, it only affects things that rely on hardeners. So, a lot of PvP ships don't necessarily rely on hardeners, especially low-end PvP ships, right? So, like, if we go look at just some random, like, this PvP Caracal. This PvP Caracal that I just randomly pulled up would not be affected by this resist change at all. Yeah. Today's buff does not affect this ship at all because it doesn't have any hardeners. This MOA, same thing. This Osprey Navy issue would be affected a little bit. It does have one of the compact multi-spectrums. My point is that especially in PvP, I don't think that this is going to necessarily be a huge deal. They're ships that are designed to be tanky, ships in which people have committed I don't think so. Hold on. No. It doesn't look like it affects rigs. Kronos ruined the wormhole? Yeah, I figured that was what was happening. Well, I will finish salvaging this up. And then we'll keep moving on. Yeah, T3 cruisers, a lot of ships that do get resistances will be able to have extreme resistances. One of the biggest things that it does help will be Abyss Runners. Abyss Runners often will use resist modules quite a bit. Also, all mission runners, a lot of PvE is going to get buffed. This resistance mod is going to get buffed. I don't think damage controls were part of this. Yeah, damage control was not part of this nerf. Or, it was originally a nerf, now it's a buff. So, like, this Vexor got a lot better. Because it has 2 resistance modules. But most of the PvP fits, a lot of PvP fits don't bother with resists. What's going to happen is fits and fleets that involve logistics got huge buffs during this expansion. Okay, like those are the real winners, not your skirmishers, not your guys out there doing like fast stuff in a frigate or something like that. What this benefits is fleets, because with a fleet, when you've got what damage type is good for abyssal ratting, it depends on the weather. Each weather has a different damage type that it's good at for. So any PvE, because in PvE you generally know what damage type you're going to be fighting against, which means you can resist against that. And so it's an extreme buff to any sort of PvE, but we have buffs for fleet fighting, like so much benefits for survivability when it comes to fleet fights. You have more survivable Logi. You've got Logi that are stronger when they matter, i.e. their overheat bonus. And, you know, generally speaking, when you have Logi, that's when you bust out those really good resist mods. Because the higher your resistance, the more those remote reps are affected. So, too bad they removed a ton of utility high slots from a lot of ships over the years. From a lot of Mimitar ships, especially. No. But so this buff is a bit like the surgical strike buff, I would say, is more of a PvE and fleet fighting buff. Less, it's mostly neutral when it comes to smaller scale or you know, PvP type stuff. Is it just me, or is the client feeling a little slower to load and respond? Seems like staying black longer, overview loading slower and the like. It may just be that it's trying to get everything caught up, but I haven't really noticed it too much, but I haven't really been trying to do it for performance sake. How do I feel about the changes overall, Ash? Positive about them? Yeah. I think that today's like exciting. It's an interesting bag, right? To me, a lot of this has to do with like I keep comparing it to Viridian, which was also really, it is very similar to Viridian. In fact, I have something to show you guys. Hold on. Probably network related, client waiting for the server. Okay. I'm just going to say that I'm going to show you guys that. So, okay. How do I want to talk about this? So, I feel like it's very possible that something went very wrong in this expansion. And I feel like they're going to correct it over time. I feel like what happened today, like, I think for me personally, there's a lot of stuff that I like in this. I'm very interested in the Babaraga. I'm very interested in the surgical strike changes because that affects the Abyss, you know, but very much a lot of these things are me personally. Even the phenomena generators being added into nullsec, like that's the stuff I've been looking for and talking about for like 2 years. So like to me, it's like, oh, that's a big deal, all that sort of stuff. Again, this is just me personally. I get why a lot of people feel like this expansion is fairly lackluster in general, and I do agree. Like, I find it very suspicious how much CCP cannot talk about this expansion without talking about stuff that's coming later, right? Like, so much of this expansion is about foundational stuff that will be built on over the next couple of months throughout the arc of Legion. But it's very interesting that, like, even during the dev chat, CCP could not talk about what was happening next. Now, that's a good point, Wizard. So if you remember, during Revenant, they were like, here's the expansion for Revenant, here's all the cool stuff, here's the mercenary dens, here's the new 2 ships, you know, here's the Tholos and the Cenotaph, and like Revenant felt like an expansion worth of stuff. But then when the trailer comes out, we were like, why the hell is the entire trailer all about drifters when nothing in the initial expansion was about drifters? And as we now know, basically the entirety of the Revenant expansion had this giant drifter crisis arc to it, right? So it kind of makes sense now retroactively, but at the time there was definitely like a wait, what's going on with why is this trailer not seem to match the expansion? So I want to show you guys two trailers back to back. I'm pretty sure this is going to get my channel demonetized, at least for a couple minutes. Every time CCP, like the CCP's trailers and stuff, they started using Eve, or like they hire out videos, or like they license their music. So when I play it, I get hit. I then get to edit it. So it's not totally bad. I get it gets remonetized eventually, but I do have to like go through this whole process to make it work. So make sure to, support the stream if you can. But I feel like this is really important to show off. So we're going to look into it. Now we have watched the Equinox trailer, or sorry, we've seen the Legion trailer a few times. So I want to show off the Viridian trailer really quick. Because again, every time I go into this expansion, I keep thinking about Viridian. That was the expansion in which corporation projects were put in. And it also was kind of this kind of expansion that was more about our organizations and didn't have a cohesive theme because of that. In fact, I remember at the time we were like, what does Viridian even mean? And it was very confusing. But I think that the Viridian trailer, comparing the Viridian trailer to the Legion trailer, I feel is very informative. Anyone having issues playing update on since Mint? I don't know anything about that, but I will say that, like, those of you who said that all the flickering ends if you go back to DirectX 11, like, it is better, but my Paladin still flickers and it makes me sad. All right, so first of all, here is the Viridian trailer.
Legacy. It is more than just wealth or power. It's the impact we've made. Starting from nothing, we set our goal.
Okay. So, that's the Viridian expansion. If you, by the way, if we just skipped from the beginning of the trailer to now, that means I got copyright hit for the music. You got to go watch the Viridian trailer for yourself. But that said, like, let's go ahead and compare that to Legion's expansion trailer.
What if I made you a promise? That in the face of adversity, destruction, I could offer unity, an alliance. Where the purpose of one would be the power of many. Wielding every strength of the collective towards a unified vision and constructing a future. Where your every action fuels our momentum. And that vision becomes reality. Out here, borders and loyalties are dissolved and reshaped. Ambition, arrogance, and aggression collide. But we stand undaunted. Our legion unbreakable.
Now, first of all, in a lot of ways, that's the same trailer, isn't it? Like, I mean, obviously not literally, but like, man talks over video, pining about, or, you know, waxing poetic about the value of organization and teamwork while ships fly around, cutting to real life videos of large fleet fights, blah, 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 right? So first of all, I find it very odd how much, in fact, even this, like, the fact that they show off, at the beginning here, they show off the thorax.
An alliance.
Yeah, but they also show off, what do they show off? They show off this, not buzzard, bustard, what is the T1 version of this thing called? Whatever, the T1 Caldari hauler. It's the same exact ship that they showed in the Viridian trailer at the very beginning.
It's the impact
The
we've
Tyra,
made.
yeah, thank you. See? Look, Tyra.
Starting from
Tyra
nothing,
surrounded by other
we
ships.
set our goal.
Badger. It is the Badger. You're right. I'm so dumb. Badger, 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 Badger. Like, these are the same trailer in a lot of beats for beats. Like, I'm not saying like literally the same trailer, but like you could more so than most trailers. I feel like these are the same trailer. But you could argue that the Legion one is a worse version of the Viridian one, which begs the question, like, well, the other piece to this is that, like, how much of this has to do with the actual expansion that we got today, right? We have the showcasing of the Babaraga, we have the showcasing of the Sarathiel. That's good. This shows a guy looking at freelance projects, but even these freelance projects, because they are supposed to tie into this Sarathiel thing, like, how many of these are really freelance projects? First of all, this Deliver Robotics project doesn't exist in the game. There are no freelance projects right now involving turning things in. In fact, you can see Reddit realizing this in real time, which is pretty fucking funny. Hold on. Reddit r/Eve. Here is Reddit realizing in real time that the freelance jobs don't actually give anything to the corporation itself, and people asking why the heck people would do it, which we're going to look into freelance projects and what projects people are doing in a little bit. I kind of want to give people an opportunity to get it started. So that's number one. Get Angel LP. Technically, not even oh, yeah, Punch. Did you not catch that? The SKINR got sped up until the 12th. If you look at the... That's something that we haven't looked at yet, but... faster sequencing until the 16th. Sorry. Everybody donate Plex to Punchinello's SKINR's fund, so that way we can get all the skins built. All right, so mine for hydrocarbons, technically speaking, could be a thing, but again, that's a moon, so that doesn't make any sense. Deliver, not a corporation project. Mine for silicates, again, that would be an internal project, not a freelancer project. Get Angel LP. You could ask people to go fight for the Angels, but not necessarily to earn LP. Mine Arcanor, okay, great. You could theoretically convince somebody to go do Arcanor with a freelance project. That's true. this deliver, these delivers, all this stuff. These are not actual projects that could be made today as freelance projects. Also, you know, so this idea that this guy is making this freelance project, what I feel like they're actually showing off here isn't the idea that there's freelance projects. If you think about it, like what it looks like they're showing off
every action
is meta
fuels our
projects,
momentum.
right? What are they doing right here? They're taking a bunch of projects and they're putting it all into one operation, right? This is Project Cold Harbor, right? Project Cold Harbor with an overall progress with all these different pieces to it. This feature here of this meta lumping together of your corporation projects, not a feature that came in this patch, not even talked about in this patch, not even talked about in anywhere. So this trailer is weird to me. It's not actually showing off the things that are in this expansion. And what's crazy about this is that, and then furthermore, let's look at this. Let's look at the beginning again. Let's see how long it takes until they show anything involving this expansion. I'm not counting the thorax rework or relook. Although I guess I probably should, but even still.
What if I made you a promise?
I'm getting there, Stone.
That in the face of adversity, destruction, I could offer unity, an alliance.
Okay. 40 seconds. 40 seconds into a 2.5-minute trailer until we see anything from this expansion. And that ends up being a thorax rework or like redesign. If you want to go, we can keep going. We could argue, okay, great. So there's a guy looking at freelance projects. So 49 seconds into the video before we get anything involving this expansion. And it's not like they're like, this expansion's so thin that they don't have anything to think about. Like, let's go back to the Viridian expansion trailer, right? This expansion trailer is talking about this mythical, you know, fictional alliance, the Drekar alliance, and they're forming and they're building up. You know, they're just getting started. They're using these projects to kind of build up their empire. You can see their numbers are growing, their sizes are growing. They're putting out some stuff. Look, their numbers.
As we grow strong.
Yeah, we're getting strong. Our numbers are going up. You could see a universe. I'm getting there. You could see a universe where this trailer is like the follow-up to the Viridian trailer. In the same way that this expansion feels like the follow-up to Viridian, they could have made a trailer where it's like showing the Drekar Alliance in their next step, putting together their ships, putting together their goals for the Sarathiel. You could even go with all of the, you know, you could even work with the projects and stuff with the Sarathiel if you wanted to, showing them building the new stuff, making them punch into Sov, taking their new ships, the Babaraga and the Sarathiel, to take sovereignty. They take the sovereignty, and then they're able to claim all the iHub, or not the iHubs, but the skyhooks, because that's like a feature of this expansion. And then in the end, when they hoist, because this one's about hoisting up the flag and showing off your legion. So you go in, you take the system, you take all the iHubs, and at the very end, boom, they online the effect beacon on the system, and it shoots out energy and changes the system in some critical way, and everybody celebrates. That's a trailer for Legion. It, like, that concept, I don't like to backseat, like, design these kinds of things. It's always easy to, after the fact, look into this. But I'm just saying, like, they didn't have to fill in the gaps. They didn't have to put in a bunch of fluff. There are features that they could have made a trailer off of to showcase. So why does this trailer show different features? That's my question. It isn't about necessarily, I mean, a missed opportunity, maybe, but more importantly, why does it feel like this trailer is showing different features than what we got? And I think that the answer to that is largely, oh no, I didn't have this pulled up already. Somebody send me that trailer or the thing. So when they were talking about, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. When they were talking about this expansion and what's coming up next, right? The big thing that they showed was this thing called Gold Rush. Okay? And as many people in chat have already pointed out, during the keynote, they talk about salvaging and big salvage fields. And then they immediately cut away from that and stop talking about that and start talking about everything else that they're going to talk about. I sincerely think that idea, that gold rush, was meant to be the highlight of this expansion. Just like I predicted even before FanFest, I think that the actual objective of this expansion was new sites, new escalations, new opportunities, right? They talked about new salvage fields and new stuff like that available. And this first 40 seconds seems pretty clearly to be showcasing this feature that we are not getting. So they did talk about it coming later, right? But you got to remember, like, CCP, for better or worse, they've kind of locked themselves in to this, you know, spring expansion, winter expansion kind of vibe, right? So if for some reason Gold Rush wasn't ready yet, they're not prepared to delay the expansion for a month or two just to be so it's ready. They are far more prepared to release the expansion as it is and then release the rest of it as updates within the expansion, i.e. during the major release. I think that it's possible that, you know, this goes back to like CCP, I think it was Fozzie talking about how, you know, they ran into issues with the very idea of escalations, full stop, that they tried to do escalations. If you remember a couple years ago when CCP, Rattati called then the year of content, they talked about, oh no, yeah, it was CCP Rattati that talked about how they had to redo the escalation system during the dev chat. You know, I think that they had a goal to add a lot more new sites and new escalations into the game, new types of sites, new types of escalations, i.e. rec fields. And CCP just, like, because they ran into technical problems that they couldn't overcome in time, that a lot of those features had to get punted or shifted down the road. But the trailer was already being produced by that point. And I think that talking about it in the keynote that we saw might have been like a remnant of a past era, right? Like this is the main goal that they had, is this idea of like the gold rush, but it wasn't ready in time. And that's why a lot of the things that we're getting right now are foundational stuff designed to be built off of, because that's all that they got so far, right? It's just like, hey, guess what? We can't make the expansion come out in a month or two. That isn't how our expansions work. Whatever we got right now, we're going to have to polish it up, package it up as best we can, and sell it. Because, you know, and I'm not saying that, I'm not saying this in a bad way, honestly. If anything, this is like an apologetic for it. You know, this means that this stuff is coming. But I seriously think that CCP ran into some technical issues, which led them to not be able to, not only not be able to deliver on it by the expansion date, but also it's probably why, if you notice, they talked about it in light terms. They talked about it like it was coming, and then they got a lot more vague about it. We should probably watch the keynote again. Let's see if we can.
Welcome back, Capsuleers. Let us now take a look at the past, present, and future in this year's EVE keynote. Put your hands together for CCP Helmar, the CEO of CCP Games.
Is this where they talk about it? No, I'm not saying that this is going to be a winter expansion thing. This is a over the summer thing, right? Like they talked about it as being part of the major update. It's not. The Gold Rush is supposed to be coming in the major update. See if they just talk about it here.
So, thank you, CCP Collins, and the huge number of EVE players that are enthusiastic about a shooter in New Eden, as well as all the Dust Bunnies out there. Ooh! But I have to say, team-based insurgency game mode with planetary cannons firing at our combined MCCs.
I am definitely more interested. Like I think that like Drifters being in Joe's piece is one thing. The Empires, those 5 groups now have a wormhole generator into Jove space. I think that's where this comes from, and honestly, that's where I think a lot of the Gold Rush might be going to, right? I think that how Walking in Space stations didn't come in our Incarna. It did come in Incarna, but only the one station. You're talking about they came out with the other 3 stations later during the Incarna cycle. Not during a later expansion, but later during the Incarna cycle. By the end of the Incarna cycle, they were completely done with Walking. They never did a development in Walking in stations ever again after Incarna. Incarna was the death of the Walking in stations plan. Because the next thing after Incarna was Crucible, which was like CCP desperately trying to figure out what to do now that their 5-year plan was burned to the ground.
Mordu's Legion subcapitals flying above and upwell haulers levitating is the closest thing that a little bit thinking ahead. We've covered the expansion at a very high level, but we really want to also start introducing, in the spirit of honesty and trust, to the themes that we...
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, I thought he would never ask. He goes on forever. Jeez, I have like 3 seconds.
This is important stuff.
So, next EVE Online expansion.
Is this where he talks about it?
Do you want to know what it's called? Yeah! All right. The next EVE Online expansion is EVE Legion.
I think it's earlier, right?
Woo!
It's like at the very beginning of when they start talking about it, if I remember correctly.
Wow. Hello, everyone. Hello, FanFest. Are you ready for some EVE Online?
Yeah! Oh, okay, now...
Yes!
It's amazing to be back at FanFest. I've never been at Harpa before. This is my first time in Eldborg, and it's crazy. Just seeing all this passion, all these friendly faces, both new and familiar. I met people yesterday doing their first FanFest, and I was like, do we still have those? Or like, what's... We have a lot to talk about, but the most important thing is why we're here, and we've reiterated EVE forever. We're here to make EVE live forever, and it's not just... When I joined CCP, it felt unreal to start working at a company in Iceland that makes video games. That just didn't, it's not a game at all. It's a community. And to kind of paraphrase, it's something that millions of people have been a part of over the decades. Our best to listen and being a part of this amazing journey.
Nothing stays still.
Okay.
You're the ones moving this game forward, and we are here to make sure it never stops. Alliances change, strategies shift, new names make their mark, and old legends return to finish the job. Last time we met here in Reykjavik, 18 months ago, we talked a lot about capitals. And since then, you really fall in love with dreadnoughts. In that period...
Damn it, I don't know what if somebody can find it when they talk about it, I don't know. I just know that they talk about salvaging, and they talk about the other stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know when they talk about it. Maybe, is it here?
The map. Three relationship between players and it also expands on Equinox Sov, allowing for more flexibility and choice for non-stack
I don't
empires.
know, man. I'm gonna have to look. No, I'm pretty sure it was in the first keynote.
Yes. We've been moving fast and taking on huge topics over the last few years. And even if we're opening up some very exciting cans of worms this time around, we wanted to dedicate some time on polishing up features from previous releases to really make them shine. Some of which you actually saw in the March major update, but you will also see in EVE Legion. But on the topic of addressing long-standing issues, here is a topic. The map.
Yeah, the map.
Some of two in East
Cool.
where we make the story of you. I have no idea what's going on this slide. This is a 2D view of. They were very surprised. We would really appreciate safe space downstairs. The map plays a major role in telling our shared story of the universe. Story that all of us continue to expand
I'm gonna have
every
to hunt
day.
for another time. But the point of the matter is, where is the There's the expansion trailer, expansion highlights, Legion in focus.
To achieve.
Yeah, well, the World at Walking Stations was a test demo for the original Carbon engine. Yes, correct.
All right, welcome.
Here it is. Okay, well, we at least have this. So here we can see in the major update is this gold rush idea. So I expect that gold rush is going to be the big payoff that they are alluding to at the beginning of the trailer, and they talk about ever so briefly in the discussion. But again, CCP, in this exact stream, CCP Rattati talked about how they had to change the way that escalations worked. 121 to 124 for which part? Of the main keynote, 121 to 124. Unbelievable if you are correct. Yes, Gold Rush. Here we go. Gold Rush. They're talking about Gold Rush.
We've long talked about tether, Skynetting, and timers. We're not going to do drastic changes, but focus on trimming and adding new tools. What is the E version of a siege tower?
Thank you so much, Malik.
Catapult. Reducing enemy workforce to gain an advantage. Or covert ops deployables.
The HDR stuff is coming later in the expansion.
Messing with communications. We need your thoughts and ideas in the roundtables and in the halls. But we also want to incentivize players to undock for lucrative rewards.
Here we go.
But I think I can speak for everyone in the room. War Engine sounds pretty self-explanatory, but what the hell is Gold Rush?
What is Gold Rush? Oh yeah, this is when they try to play they can't play the video, or they think they're not playing the video, but they are.
Do you want my clicker?
Amazing.
Oh, you're good.
All right. I guess a video was supposed to play, and it didn't play, but let's try that one more time. Play video. Who doesn't love? Okay. It's here. So with the incredible tools coming out in EVE Legion, we're getting to a place where we can start taking on the next chapter in reworking ownership and conflict in New Eden. Let's be honest. Every Titan that undocks, every doctrine in the fleet, and every structure that holds the front line, none of it would exist without someone digging in the dirt. Industry runs on resource gathering. War doesn't just belong to the soldiers. It's won by the builders, the planners, and the quiet workhorses that stitch the boots. Resource gathering is the cornerstone of New Eden. And if we want to solve war and the economy to truly evolve, this is where we begin. Because the future...
If it's where you begin, then why are you getting into a year and a half into working on SOV? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
The future of power isn't who shoots first. It's about who owns the ground beneath their feet. Right now, asteroid belts appear in the same place, at the same time, with the same ore, every single day. There is little variation, there's little control. And there's a very little reason for players or groups to strategically think about when and how they mine. And not only to pick on asteroid belts and mining, salvaging is something that most of you just ignore. That sucks. I agree with you.
He yelled because it sucks.
Resource gathering is passive. Progression is flat. And worst of all, it's a poor conflict driver. But in EVE, everything should be worth fighting over. So we're going to change that. Not just with a tweak, but with a new philosophy. It's all about pioneering. A battlefield after a massive fleet fight should be a gold mine. And a comet entering a system should trigger a gold rush.
That's right, comets. I completely forgot about that.
But super cool videos of concept. Freelance goals, better map, and a SOV hub, and a stronger ESI play a major part in unlocking this future.
And as you can see, EVE Legion is jam-packed with these high-level features that you will find more about in the EVE Legion keynote tomorrow, panels and roundtables.
That's it. That's it. But yeah, I think that if we want to be generous about it, a lot of what that expansion trailer is trying to show off is stuff that I think that they were hoping would be available by today, but we will be getting over the course of the next couple of months. So, I made a post a year or so ago about rogue drones cleaning up wrecks and collecting them into a site, which would create a locus for people to fight over. I mean, Jeff, that is pretty similar to what, like, I think that they're going to. Also, if you, like, another good clue to all of this is, like, what they were talking about in the Frontiers stuff that we were looking at, where, like, the drones will build up their own sites that will build up over time, and you can either choose to hit it early or you could choose to defend it long enough for it to finish its operations and then hit it. Engineering huge fleet battles to spawn a gold rush. Maybe that'd be kind of interesting. I mean, like, what's funny about that, Hippie, is that technically already exists. So with the ADM, you know, the not ADM, but the dynamic bounty system, the more death in a system, the more the bounties, like the more player versus player fighting in a system, the more the bounties in that system become valuable. Like, they increase the bounties in the system based on that. So, like, there have been alliances that have hosted tournaments in a system specifically so they could blow up a whole bunch of ships and raise the value of ratting in that system for a while, right? And the idea of, like, the sites that kind of build up over time goes all the way back to stuff that they were doing back in EVE Echoes, not CCP obviously, but, you know, there are sites in EVE Echoes that are very similar to that. So this idea that, like, there are these kind of spontaneous opportunities that are created, but the opportunity itself evolves over time is pretty interesting. And with things like comets and salvage fields and all that kind of stuff, you could definitely see a world in which freelance projects become a bigger deal, right? If there's a comet that people can go do and you need it to be done, or like, let's say, I don't, like, again, we also want to think about escalations and whatnot, but like, this doesn't necessarily make sense, but like, let's say that a comet shows up, and when the comet shows up, then it'll like enter into phase 2, right? Phase 1, you have to mine a bunch of this stuff, and then phase 2, you get to crack it open, and an even bigger thing comes out, right? So now I need people to mine that comet. I don't even care if they give me the stuff. I need it mined. So now you have this temporary event, right, that needs people to do something, and I need it to happen because I need it to be completed. Not because I care about what's there, like this particular stage, but because I need this stage to be completed so that way it can enter into stage 2, which is the thing I actually care about. So now there's actually a legitimate reason for me to make a freelancer project to get people to do the task to get to phase 2, which is what I actually want, right? So you can see how all of these pieces, even the exploration site escalations, you know, all these pieces kind of come together. We can kind of maybe feel out what CCP is working on based on all these clues, but it's obvious that like there was enough developmental setback that we didn't get it yet, but we're going to get it in the next couple of months, over the course of the next few months. So I think that that's honestly what happened. And like I said, my biggest clue is the trailer. Because, you know, the trailer, you have to tell the people what are the big things in this expansion, right? And the answer is that they didn't know. I think that if they had thought about like the effects generator and the skyhook stuff and all that stuff was going to be the big feature, then they would have showcased those in the trailer. Instead, they showcased stuff that didn't quite make it into the expansion, and the ships, which, remember, if we go back to Hobo Leaks, one of the things I noted was the Sarathiel was the very first thing that was known. Like, the Sarathiel was the very first item out of this entire expansion that was added into the game. And the Babaraga was second. So that means that of all of the features that they put into the game, it would seem like the fact that they were going to come out with the Sarathiel and the Babaraga was probably one of the earliest things to get locked in. And that makes sense, because once you have the art for it, it's basically straightforward to publish 2 new ships, right? It's just design and some database entries. Whereas things like Gold Rush, things like these escalations, these are things that could get delayed. And so I think that the exploration site that we're seeing and their escalations are kind of the very tip of the iceberg of where we're going with all of this. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Let's go ahead and look at some of these freelancer projects that are going on. It's probably going to be better if we head toward... Are we within 5 jumps of Dodixie? I think we're... Yeah, we're within... Excuse me. We're within 5 jumps of Dodixie. So let's go ahead and check our opportunities. And we can see that there are freelancer jobs. There are 14 freelancer jobs in Dodixie area so far. Fob gets into this category but was left out of the freelance. That's so good, Tetrick. That's such a fantastic point. Such a fantastic point that, like, go clear this fob was the absolute low-hanging fruit for this feature. Now, you wouldn't even... What's crazy is that is it actually part... Hold on. Is it left out? Yeah, I think it is. Because you can't specify what kind of rat, right? You could theoretically do an incursion or even a fob by like saying go kill NPCs in this system, but that's not going to do it. You would need it to be slightly more robust. How do I create a new one? Do I go to corporation? Wait, can I color my stuff now? Wait, how do I color my, can I color my overview yet? Are you kidding me? Can I be cynical for a minute? Can I just, look, we can all agree this expansion is a little bit of a mixed bag, but the Omega subscription is in gold. I don't want it to be true that they gave us the ability to color the icons because they put in the ability for them to color the icons so that way they could make the Omega subscription to be gold. I don't want this to be true, but in my software developer heart, it tells me that someone up high wanted the Neocom button for Omega subscription to be gold, and they were like, oh, well, since we are adding the technical capability of coloring the icons, we might as well offer that to the player base too with the color selector, since we're already doing like color stuff. I don't want that to be true, but I'm pretty sure it's true. Oh. I gotta tell you, I've talked about this before. You should have short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals in EVE Online. And my long-term goal, my ultimate guiding star, is to avoid becoming a bitter vet. That's my metric, right? Because I feel like, players can cheat themselves out of their own game. You get out of it what you put into it, blah, 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 blah. If I become a cynical bitter vet, then I'm just not going to enjoy things as much. I'm not going to get as much out of it. That only hurts me. So it behooves me to actively fight to not become a bitter vet. If I need to take a break, I take a break. If I need to work on something else, I work on something else. Whatever. I try to do the best I can. But stuff like this triggers like some cynical piece of me. At any rate, I digress. No, we can't. Can we? I don't think we can color the Neocom yet. They can do it now, but we can't yet. Hopefully, watch, they never follow up with that. God, that'd be awesome. That'd be even better. Anywho, let's go to corporation. You should be able, there should be a button here to just make your own. You can't. Yeah, you can't do this yet. It's not in the options. That would make me a better vet. I know, right? Right? It is user interface. Yeah, I don't see. Nope. Doesn't look like you can do it yet. All right. So if I go to corporations and I go to freelance jobs and I create a new one. Let's see. Description. Destroy non-capsuleers. I can set the location. No, I can only set the location. But I could put in the text, hey, there's a fob there. But yeah, man, the ability to destroy a specific type of NPC. But the problem is that right now in the game, there's no way to search for all of the types of NPCs in the game. So there's no like way to be like, hey, I need you to kill the fob. But man, would that be a fucking perfect example of where this would matter. That's frustrating. I'm past the bitter phase, but I still find joy in exploring the fun events they put in. I definitely saw the listing of bring me ore, but the poster didn't seem to understand the function. Yeah. Whoopsie. Okay. So let's see here. Let's see what we have. We have cleansing run, destroy non-capsuleers. So anywhere in essence. No, anywhere in essence or genesis. You need to destroy non-combat. You need to just rat in essence or genesis. And you do not get to claim this if you're 90 days old. I'm of the opinion that you shouldn't be able to see it if you are not eligible for it, just so that way we don't see like experienced pilots looking to take advantage of newer pilots, trying to do the newer pilot stuff that's out there and available. But at the same time, the fear might be that it might look empty without it. So this guy's just basically paying people 10,000 ISK per kill to kill things in essence or genesis. I mean, this is a cool way to kind of make sure that people live in your space, maybe. And, you know, as we've said before, the owner of this can look at this and be like, oh, these active participants, and those would be a step to, like, these are the two people that I would want to reach out to, right? Like, if I too like ratting in Essence and Genesis. So I'm going to put out a thing that rewards people for doing stuff in Essence and Genesis, and then that lets me find other people that are ratting in Essence and Genesis, preferably newer players, preferably players that don't already have a corporation, and then I can recruit them. That's cool. I like that. And then there can be text, right? Local spaces become cluttered with hostile activities. Pirates, rogue drones, and other unwanted elements are interfering with operations. Your task is simple. Locate and eliminate any threats in nearby asteroid belts or agent designated areas. Expect resistance, but nothing a capable capsuleer can't handle. Whether you're clearing belt rats or running a quick strike mission for local agents, your objective is the same. Cleanse the sector and restore order. No salvaging required, just results. So this text here, a player wrote that. That's kind of, I feel the bitter vet falling off of me already. That's adorable. I love it. I love it. And it's worth 150 million ISK to do something fun like that, in my opinion. Like, that's cool. Beavers looking for ice. Do you find serenity in asteroid belts? Dream of icy blue riches glittering in the void? Got lasers? We've got work. We're seeking a freelancer to mine blue ice. You'll be slicing through glacial space rocks in style, precision, and hopefully not too much of bumping into things. So you have to mine blue ice anywhere. Doesn't matter. This guy put in 2 billion ISK, it looks like, into this freelancer project to give people 190,000 ISK per unit. It might also help you find resources. It's actually, that's fun, Havoc. That's a good idea. Like, oh, I want to know where all the blue ice is. Boop. Yep. He's got the guinea pig stamp of approval from me. Absolutely. Hold on. We haven't done this in a while. There's a lot to this stream. There's a lot to worry about. So, you know, we need a... Oh, hi, puppy. Puppy, puppy, puppy. No, puppy. Puppy, be careful. This is why we don't do this very much anymore. Oh, puppy just wants to be nice. Puppy just wants to be nice. I don't want to record something horrific on stream. No. Oh, so fluffy and cute. Like the stream for the guinea pigs. Hi. Legion isn't so bad. You just gotta wait a couple weeks. What? Oh. All right. All right. Well, now that the stream has been now that my guinea pigs have been sufficiently traumatized, I do like the colors. I do like the branding. That's pretty cool. We can kind of see like, okay, so this guy has Mine Scordite, Mine Veldspar, Mine Plage, and Kill Rats all together. So, what, 100 million? Can't you just reward 0? Am I reading the freelance job wrong, dude? Who put up the actual task isn't... Yes, the person putting up the task gets nothing in return, period, right now. Now, there are future tasks that need to be coming out. Like, that's the next step. So, it's funny because the other way... When corporation projects came out, it was the other way around. You could be like, hey, turn in something, but there'd be no way for me to pay you for that, right? This is the exact opposite. I can pay to get you to do something, but the motivation for why I'm wanting you to do that has to be basically just me, right? I have to, and I think that that's honestly, like, some people have been giving hate about this, but I think that, like, yeah, you could actually put in, like, a contract to buy the items. You could put in the description that there's buy orders up in that area or something like that. Like, you could put in your own, like, follow-up there. But the whole point here is that, like, the system as of right now is designed to be like, this isn't about gaming the system per se. This is about getting these pieces out there to get them to start getting people to play around with it, right? Like, if you think about it, all these people are in fact doing this with nothing tangible directly for themselves. And so I think that that's actually really important because, you know, the cynical nature of us would say, why would you do it if there's nothing in it for you? But clearly there are people finding something worthwhile. Right? So I think that that's important. I think that that's something important. We often look at only like, where's the profit motive? Where's this, blah, blah, blah. This is about influencing the world. This is about getting people to do what you want them to do. Right? Giving people fully fit ships would be great. This is just a step in the direction of player-built missions. Mine Scordite for money. See description. So this is, again, for people no older than 14 days old. Mine Scordite. Scordite is found... See, here's the thing. This is perfect. Scordite is found in asteroid belts in most systems. Make sure you mine in a system covered by this job, and remember to collect your reward. Afterwards, blah, you can sell the ore on the market. Join Rookie Freelancers chat for info. So why are you doing this? Advertisement, baby. Advertisement, advertisement, advertisement. It is a rough world out there, and getting people to see your shit and pay attention to it is critical. And so now we all know about this Rookie Freelancers channel. That's just one more step that we didn't know before, and it cost them 130 million ISK. To this group, that could be the whole reason to do this. You know, they've already had 40 people check out this stuff. If only 10% of those 40 people take the next step, they've gotten 4 people out of this. 4 people for 150 million ISK? Yeah, I'd do that if they end up being high quality players. This is just marketing. This is about getting your name out there. Have you ever heard of this organization? Not that I'm going to say it. I both love and hate EVE Online players. You know, these guys are getting their names out there and they're getting people involved. Oh, there's a new one. A new one just came up. Kill dishonorable ECM ships. Awesome. So this one is damage capsuleers. Somebody put up 10 billion ISK. The Order of the Red Kestrel has put up 10 billion ISK for a year to have propaganda against jamming ships. See, this is some EVE shit right here, okay? Fuck your, oh, I just want people to turn in ore. Nah, man. Screw ECM. I want people to no longer, I want to reward people for killing ECM ships. So I'm going to put up 10 billion, although, I mean, 10 ISK per point of damage. Is this Setonia? Wait, is this Setonia? It is a Setonia, isn't it? It's totally Setonia. It is Setonia. Yeah, it's Setonia. But still, like, I want to say that this is the player making this decision, not the CCP guy. You know what I mean? I feel like Setonia would have done this regardless. But like, that's a great example of where this is going. And again, like I said, like, I feel like honestly, this is one of those features that I am unironically glad that it came out partially done, right? The SKINR system, I railed on that because there was no search feature. There was no way to trade skins between people without having to pay the huge SKINR fee. Like, the SKINR system came out with several key features not there that ended up feeling really icky. Corporation projects, it was fun to play around with, but before we could put our own rewards on the stuff, like, it didn't really make that much sense to switch our processes over to that. But I unironically love this because it's like people are able to contribute. This is the sandbox. You don't make a sandcastle in a sandbox because it makes you money. You make a sandcastle in a sandbox because you want a cool sandcastle that exists in this sandbox, right? You make your little statues, you play around the sandbox because you want to see that thing in the game, because you want to see that thing in the universe. And this is that. This is like, these things exist now, and it highlights these groups, and it highlights these features, and it highlights these things to do. I think that this is perfect. And yes, eventually it will have additional features added in, and the business side of it will come into play a lot more. But I think that this is a great way to kind of explore it in a very non-cynical way, right? The cynical people don't even engage with it. Whatever, move on. Like, wait till there's a way to turn it into an advanced buy order. Guess what? Buy orders already exist. This is just a cool way to get your name out there and get different tasks and stuff out there for people. We also do see, like, so Drifter McDrift puts out Clean Up the Mess, Janitor, targeting the 5 drifter wormholes. You must do what now? You must damage capsuleers, but specifically corvettes and shuttles. So this is about a week or two too late, but wouldn't have this been fantastic during the drifter crisis? Because, like, you know, we have all of those, you have all the tourism fleets, right? People jumping in shuttles and corvettes. And this is telling people to go and blow up those ships. This would have been great. This would have been great. I would have been willing to put that out there in order to make it so that my tourism fleets would have been faster, right? Hoy, participant. Hordes of restless capsuleers left their corvettes and shuttles in all 5 drifter holes during the crisis. Now, after the storm settled, we need you to find a way into drifter space and delete those ships from D-scan. So yeah, this is a perfect example of, like, oh my god, I'm so tired of all these ships being on D-scan. It's not worth it to anyone to go through and try to pick off those ships. Boom. Public freelancer project. Just go out and do it. This is a great idea. Drifter Network CEO. Oh my god, why is this guy a year old? Why do you already have this made a year ago? We're definitely going to have to do, like, a segment on stream, like, keeping an eye on these. Ah, here we go. Defend Oinasaiken. So, Alamo Trade Union. Push back the Caldari state. So the system of Oinasaiken which we can bring up the faction warfare map. Oin. We see Oin is 32% contested by the Caldari and is currently the front line. Galente's been doing a hell of a good job pushing back the Caldari. You know, do you see the New Eden News celebrating the fact that Old Man Star and everything else is taken back? No. Dang Caldari bias. Any rate, so now because of this, they're trying to push back Caldari State, defend faction warfare complexes in Oinasaiken. So right now, if you wanted to, you can get involved in faction warfare and get an extra 100,000 ISK per site defended. That's on top of the that's on top of the normal LP rewards. We don't even see news of Galente elections being unsuspended. That's true. What is happening with the Galente elections? Was probably selling Drifter wormhole links. Well, I was able to go like this and say, like, okay, show in map. You could theoretically... I did feed about half of them to Drifters. They should have elections. So yeah, we did predict that that was going to be the most used, or the most, like, practical value is faction warfare, guys. This is only 10 million ISK, so this is just an experiment, I'm sure. Apparently not anymore. Yeah. Let's see, any other projects available? Be careful, janitor. Damage capsuleers. In the Corvette or shuttle. In the liberated Barbican. So there is 2 projects. One is this one, which is Corvette and shuttle in all 5 of the sites. And then there's this one, which is only in the Barbican. Abazon has always been a 0.4. That's correct. But Abazon didn't always connect Caldari space and Amar space as well as it did. We built a new gate from Abazon to... wherever. Hold on. Yeah, so this gate here, see that stupidly long gate that shouldn't exist? That can only exist because the Empire started using Triglavian technology in their Stargates? This gate from Abazon to Haikota did not exist before Project Trailblazer. That's what made Abazon so valuable. Because prior to that connection, the only real way to get between Jita and Amar was like the 40 jump high sec route. Yeah. Why are you doing that? Okay, hold on. We are going to do a skin giveaway today, but I want to do something a little bit special. Ooh, but this one looks good. Holy shit. Oh. Oh. Oh boy. Guys. The thorax looks so good now. Wasn't there a faster connection before Potrin though? Yes. What's it called? Oh no, now I can't remember it. Nyarja. The new... Yeah, well, it has a bay. That's where the drones go in and out. That's where people load in and out of. Okay. Well... I'm definitely applying this one. You know, this is why I got into streaming, so that way people would send me free skins. My plot to get free skins is going swimmingly. All right, let's do a giveaway. Today is so scattered. If you want organized reviews of everything about the expansion, the last week when we went over the patch notes, I would go watch that video. All right, giveaway is started. We plunder the patch notes. You plunder my skin collection. Exclamation point, plunder for your chance to win. This thorax skin, or I was gonna offer. I was gonna offer like some of the other skins that I have for the thorax, but now I feel like, oh, I do have the federal police skin. You're not having that though. Wait, have I not? Yeah. I'm gonna use that for myself. Oh my god, I gotta get to Dixie and buy myself a thorax. I was gonna do like well, we could do a permaban roadie skin. Wait, hold on, is that? Do I have that one? No, I don't have that one applied either. Okay, well, sucks for you guys. I guess we're just gonna go for this one. I'm just teasing. This one looks really good. It looks really good. Exclamation point plunder in chat for a chance to win the skin. And actually in the description, let's just check real quick. In the description, we can put whatever we want, right? We can just go, here's a system name. We could put a, if we wanted to put a pointer window tool, we could like point, yep, we can do a pointer tool item in here. Pretty much anything that you can link in chat, you can put in, or in a bio or something like that, will be able to be put into, oh my gosh, little bit buggy. Oh, cool. The little bug shows a little, like, every UI layout box. That's a fun one. But yeah, you can put whatever you want. As long as it can go into, like, a description, it can go in here. A vagabond ran away from your rupture? I guess he was like, my ship's too expensive. His ship isn't. Oh, it's not a bug. It's not a bug. Apparently, well, it's not, probably not a bug. It pops up when I'm using the pointer tool. It highlights all of the different UI windows. Makes me wonder what that little box, oh, that's the group button window. That's the group weapon button. Oh, I left my ship behind. Dang it. I was going to bring all that salvage over, but oh well. That one wormhole, like, we got... Those wormholes are very valuable, especially right now. But people are also... Because they're so valuable, people are consciously coming and disrupting them. Which is kind of a nice little counterbalance. That's what I was saying. Like, it seems like all weekend people were very interested in ensuring that people can't get the salvage to keep it valuable. C-Speed does use pointer window stuff for tutorial things. Sorry. So when a system links to Pochvin, trigs spawn on the wormhole on the non-Pochvin side. So you farm that wormhole to get the trig salvage, which are necessary for building the Baba Raga. I tried to do a minor conduit yesterday. Almost lost my Legion. Somebody lost a golem. So they're dangerous. They use it in the tutorial, but not the career missions? Oh, that's weird. I would have figured that they would have added it to the career agents. Do you know how much easier the the exploration career agents would be if they just showed you the help section with all of the scanning videos? Okay. This would be a good one. Why is it so... Oh, here we go. Oh. Apparently you can't jump while watching a video. That's a little awkward. All right, come on. Exclamation point plunder. Let's do it really quick. I'm going to do a quick giveaway. When I dock into Dixie, we're going to do the giveaway. Then we're going to fit up a thorax and run around. Okay. Well. Exclamation point plunder. If for some reason you're not getting a ticket, somebody was saying that, like, if you hadn't liked the stream yet, they didn't get the ticket. I don't know. I have not done any settings. Any settings that's like anybody can get a ticket, I've checked any of those settings. But if for some reason you're not getting a ticket, make sure that you subscribed. Make sure you've liked the stream or whatever. I don't know why or if those matter. That seemed to matter for some people a few days ago. It's not my fault, and I'm not trying to trick you into liking the video. I promise you. That said, you should definitely like the video. It means a lot to me, and it costs you absolutely nothing. We're in warp, so last chance. Heaven Cracker. Heaven Cracker, go. Yeah, let's try it one more time. Oh, I do have one of the invited skins. That's right. We do have a Scythe skin to check out. So this is the new Scythe model. One of the cool things about the Scythe model is it now has these little chimneys in the back, which are kind of cool. Why didn't it work? It didn't work. Heaven, it didn't work. I don't know why it didn't work. That's so weird. Did they change the site fleet issue? Yes, they actually did. They changed all of the ships that they were supposed to change. They just didn't think of them when they were talking about it at the time. Which, you know, I mean, read into that whatever you want, I suppose. Make sure to like the stream. Heavens, you're a follower, right? Like you followed the channel? Or you're a subscriber, I should say. I don't know what's making it happen. But tell you what, we'll do. I'll be you today, Heaven Cracker. I don't know what's going on. I'm about to have to make like a new tool to do this with. So if I win, Heaven Cracker wins. I subscribed and like Byron. No! All right. All right, hold on. Hey! So, friends, can you get in? Okay, so if OM wins, then it is actually Byron, because Byron hasn't gotten in either. We're doing the best we can, guys. Work with us. So if I win, then it's Heaven. If OM wins, then it's Byron. That's the best I can do for right now. Let's look at the Scythe skin real quick, and then we'll do the giveaway. So, do I not have it? Hold on. I thought I had the Scythe. I guess I don't. No, I don't. No customer support number? I don't... Man, at this point, I don't know if it's YouTube chat being weird, Streamlabs being weird. I don't even know whose customer support to yell at, to be honest. Just doing the best I can. Hobby Pins is already in there. How much the Legion pack skins will go on the market? Ooh. Oh, yeah, we still need to look at those, too. Let's do this giveaway, and then we'll look at the skins. The other skins. All right, ready? Last chance. Stream delay. X2020 Plunder. I'm going to close it probably by the time you get to even do anything about it. And closed. Okay. Oh my god, that always happens. There's always somebody. Bam Fluff, go ahead and join in right now. Everybody else can try it if you want. But as soon as Bam Fluff gets in, I'm closing it again. Maybe. There it is. Got it. Okay. 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 Magosis? I think you're already in, right? All right. All right, all right, all right, all right. You got in time. I try to do that. When I close it, if somebody does it right then, I open it long enough for them to get in. Okay, but now we've given everybody a good chance. Let's give it a pull. Let me pull up the skin again. Technically, you can have any of the skins in my collection, but today we are highlighting this one. Brandon, we already have closed it. All right. Pulling it in 3, 2, 1. Magosis. Magosis. Are you there? X up with your in-game name, and I will send you this skin. There's Magosis. Congratulations, sir. This is a lovely skin. For an easy-to-get-into ship. I need your in-game name, though. Grats, rigged, all that stuff. Want me to just drop my character in cat? What? If you just post your character's name here, or whatever. Oh, okay, there we go. All right. Sell. Specific target. You. What just happened? Sell. Specific target. Price ISK 1. In game. There's the name. It's not pulling your name up. Did you misspell your name? Let me look it up. Ah, this is a modal box. Fuck modal boxes. Nope, yeah, there's nobody here with that name. All right. Well, while we get that sorted, what else are we going to do? I need to get myself in one of these thoraxes so that way I can show off this skin even better. Hold on. I don't have a thorax? Seriously though, we need an elected CSM rep that promises to remove modal boxes. Havoc, yeah. Soric Tassin. Yeah. All right, we got it. We're good. There it is. One ISK. You've got 1 day. You've got 1 day to redeem it. You're good to go. Congratulations. Thank you for playing. And thank you, Thrans, for providing that skin. We're going to fit this ship real quick. $18 years in this game on and off. Well, this SKINR stuff is all really new to all of us. Come on. What just happened? Why didn't I get it in it? Thorax. All right. Cool. We're halfway done. Hold on. SKINR. Seraphim Spear. And then right click. Play cinematic reveal. Wait, yeah. What? No engine sounds. Woo! All right. Like bringing a shotgun to a knife fight. Eve has no sound. Man. Did I? No? Weird. I do need to, well, whatever. It's bugged at the minute? Of course it is. It's better no engine sound than continuous engine sound. Which am I getting? Do I have the continuous engine sound bug right now? Is that what's happening? This is what it sounds like it's happening. Oh my god. All this and they didn't even fix the one bug I wanted them to fix. Both is even worse. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, things slid back. There's animations, guys. Oh no, there's animations. We're gonna have to check out all these ships' animations now. Oh no. All right, let's go ahead and look. Hey, somebody bought it. Or you got your skin. Congratulations. Ooh. Instead of intermittent, it's out constant, so you get used to it. Hell yeah. Yeah, so those slide open. There's like a cable there. Yep, the cable darkens. This center cable darkens when so yeah. There's a couple of minor animations and also lighting changes when it warps, which is pretty cool. Is it really worth that, though? Hold on. Actually, I want to go look at a different skin, or a different ship now. Yeah, it is very similar to what they did with the frigates, but definitely way fancier. It's like all of these cruisers got the Rifter treatment. My police skin for a whirl. Yeah. I don't know what you would use that Architects of Nightmare pattern on. I used it for that skin. There you go. Are emission amplifiers limiters still being used? I am pretty sure the Nexus sites are no longer spawning anywhere. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that the Dread sites are no longer spawning anywhere. So as of right now, no. All right, hold on. Collection. I love the origin of the space heatsink look, being the fact that they used Scotch tape on ship models and shined infrared light on it to get the effect. What? What? I don't know that one. Where was that skin? All right, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not going to share this one. This one's for me. Whoop, whoop. Oh. Wait, what? Whoop, whoop. All right, let's go ahead and warp to Paragon. This is the real reason why people come and watch my stream, to watch all the doodads that everybody else don't pay attention to. Those things slide back. Oh yeah, and the coil at the top lights up. Odd that these guns didn't go in. They didn't fold in during the warp. It would be cool if it did a whoop whoop when it landed. And then... oh, there's a Deimos. God, that thing looks sexy. It's so flat. It looks, you know, this thing looks straight up like something out of a No Man's Sky thing, right? Like, you could almost see somebody, like, walking on top of the bridge. watch it when it lands. Oh man, it's got like the Knight Rider effect on the top here too with the police skin. Yeah, Wizard just said like something totally random and then like, yep, that's it. And now you gotta just name your ship Kit? Okay. What are you talking about? It's the Cylon. Oh yeah, the vents heat up too. More like Star Citizen? No Man's Sky isn't that fancy? You clearly haven't played, you haven't played No Man's Sky recently. All right, hold on. But really though, yeah, baby. We don't have walking ships, so Star Citizen is an unfair comparison. Star Citizen doesn't have advanced pod technology. Okay, so this is basically the exact same model, right? Yeah, so it's not going to look too different when we warp it with it or whatever. But it feels like they accidentally made a live service game with the number of updates it gets. Everything's a live service game nowadays. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, this makes me want to fly a fucking Vigilant so much more now. Let's get it out in the light. Isn't there been some like pretty significant drama around Star Citizen in the last like month or two? What's going on? Why can't I? Oh, I'm bouncing off the structure. Well, I guess we'll get there in 3 minutes. No, just kidding. All right. Plenty of drama. Some deserve some, but I mean like recent stuff. Yeah, all of the rats that use these models will be different now. They added pay-to-win mechanics. Wait, I'm sorry. In a game in which you can buy the spaceships with thousands of dollars, what could they possibly add that's pay-to-win on top of that? Modules? I'm just saying, like, you've already... I feel like pay-to-win is baked into the very soul of Star Citizen, right? Oh, ship upgrades that you can only get with... But the ships... There are ships that you can only get with real-life money, though, right? I don't know. I've never really... This thing looks so good! They're selling things that should be earned in-game. But, like... Look, I'm not saying that... I'm not trying to defend the idea of selling things that should be earned in-game. I'm saying, like... Wasn't that the point from the beginning with Star Citizen? Yes and no, you get pre-releases of a ship that eventually gets added into the game? Okay. Alright. Whatever. That makes sense, I guess. Some ships are exclusive, but most are purchasable in-game. Imagine if all the T2 had to be bought with Plex. I don't even know if that's a fair comparison, because Plex can be... you know, you can get Plex... There are better skins than this? Which one are you talking... Okay. All right, Drake. What do you want? Check DM. Uh-oh. I should rename this stream. I'm going to fucking be demonetized. Oh my god. Hold on, guys. I'll show it to you. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not gonna leave you hanging. Oh god. Oh no. Did they update the Eve Galaxy Conquest cruisers as well? No, probably not. All right, ready, guys? Ready, guys? Behold! Ah! Can I put a blur effect over this? What? Oh no! And it says DL at the front, which normally stands for Duval Laboratories, but you can come to your own conclusions what DL stands for in this context. No! Okay, we have crossed any Rubicon. That's so fun. My favorite part is the little white dot at the front. That's terrible. Dick livery. All right, well, please consider becoming a member or patron or whatever. You get benefits, and this stream is... God damn it. God damn it, this stream. All right. Woo. Wait, did I just join over? Oh, yeah. TTP has been confirmed. We are there now. That's so bad. There's only 4 skins available right now for the Vigilant. Hey, Sargon. That looks sick. That looks sick. That said, I honestly, like, unironically, I'm not trying to fluff up my own dude or whatever, but like, I like this skin so much. I legitimately, I just applied the police skin, but like, I think that I like this skin better. All right, let's dock up really quick, and we can look at the new skins that we just got put out. Time to make Leshaks? Oh yeah, we already... No, the time to make Leshaks was last week. The Spirit Line is one of the better free skins. I agree. Too bad we don't actually have that holiday anymore, so it will slowly creep up in value. Okay. We can look at more stuff in a little bit. I do want to go back and highlight... All right, so we currently have the 20% off Omega in the NES and 20% off Plex with the police skins. So those are both like really good deals, and when combined together, somebody's done the math on Reddit. CCP Swift's official response is no. I mean, you had to know it was coming. Just posted a Netherworld Striker skin for Babaraga in Discord. Where? Where is it? SKINR showroom? Oh, yeah. Ooh. Man, that looks way too good for what it is. And by that I mean, like, it almost cheapens the Netherworld Striker skin. But, yeah, check it out. That's the Babaraga Netherworld Striker skin. That's pretty sexy. Maybe not as sexy as a penis thorax for some of you, but, you know. So terrible. So terrible. Anyway, okay. Where were we? Golly. Legion is out now. Twitch drops. Make sure to be watching Twitch, by the way. There's some really good Twitch drops going on right now when it comes to this celebration. But, yeah, the metallic orange is expensive. But you know what? So are Netherworld Striker skins. Okay, so right now we have the Ascendancy Legacy pack. And you know what? As far as packs go, I feel like this one's kind of reasonable. You know, when we talk about the Plex sale, right? You know, to get the Panther skin, you have to pay $335 worth of Plex, or you have to buy $335 worth of Plex. To get the Paladin skin, which is the one I'd like to have, is going to cost $519 to get 20,000 Plex and all of these skins. So it's, I mean, it's definitely, like, it's worth it if you have the money and you want that much Plex. And then, of course, with that Omega deal, you can turn around and use that Plex to buy Omega, and it's worth a lot. You know, that's good. But the skin, you can then sell on top of that Plex these skins. The Paladin is what, as Thran's is saying, 2.5 billion right now. But to go back to the Ascended, so the $80 pack and the $12 pack, okay? So the $12 pack has half a month of Omega, 150,000 skill points. So, oh, and that's where the Kikimora pilot expert system is coming from. That's cool. So 14 days of Omega, you would normally equate that to being worth about $10. And the 150,000 skill points is... Oof, I'm trying to boycott Twitch at the moment. Cesspool of a site. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just for the Twitch drops. I don't know. It also will be available for people to pick up, but we'll look at it in a second, okay? But, so for $12, you get, but I mean, I would say this is about, like, the skill points plus the Omega is about $12 worth of substance. And then you also get the extirpated skin. And then to step up, we get the $80 pack, which has 1,000 Plex, which 1,000 Plex is 2 months. So that would be $50 normally, with half a month of Omega. You know, it's hard. Normally, I'm able to say, like, oh, yeah, you're getting, just from the Plex and the SP alone, you're definitely getting your money's worth. This is actually a harder one to say. Because technically speaking, 1,000 Plex would be $50. Half a month of Omega, which is 500,000 skill points. Or that's a skill injector. I don't know if I'd necessarily say this is $80 on its own, but you do get these cool skins. You get the... So if these skins are worth it to you, this pack is worth it to you. If it's not... If these skins are not worth it to you, then those just straight up Plex packs earlier with the 20% off, definitely worth it to you. Do we know if we can claim the 7 days Omega on the 3rd of June? We don't know that 1,000% for sure. Satonia said he was going to look into it and let us know. But I haven't gotten a solid answer yet. Guys, I only need 14,000 USD to buy the Python in Jita if it's still there. Sargon, if you need a Python, I hear that there's somebody with a Python kicking around in chat right now. But, okay, so you get the Vedmak, the Radiva, the Drekavek, the Lashak, and the Zernitra skins. Which is weird because, like, so if you want the full set, you would need to get both packs, right? Because the higher end pack doesn't have the Kiki. Only the $12 pack does. So you get everything but the Kiki and the Damavik. So let's go ahead and check out these. We saw these the other day. So we can see Damavik, Drekovic, Kiki Mora, Leshak, Radiva, Vedmak, and Zernitra. So the Damavik one is not on either of those lists. And the reason why is because if we go back to the Legion dev blog, we can see that it is actually in the Twitch rewards right now. So the Damavik is actually going to probably be pretty cheap because we get Pawjuice Gloss, Damavik Azdaja Extirpated Skin, and Stellar Tan Satin Limited. So that's what's going to be this week's Twitch drops. And that's how you get the Damavik. The Kiki is from the $12 pack, and the rest are from the $80 pack. Okay? So let's look at the skins. The Damavik. So they have kind of this look of kind of driftery look, right? And on the sides of them, they have text. Now, I don't have the stuff pulled up right now, but basically all of the text on these trig ships are from, I believe they're all from Zoria's message at the foundation of Pochvin, right? So, realization of Pochvin. Hold on a second. I'm pretty sure Wizard or one of you guys has this text, right? We go down to here, we have yeah, we are Zoria Triglov. We speak for the convocation of Triglov outside the struggle. We continue the work of the sublimation of Pachala's flow. Totality in the weaving of Pachran has been realized. Isn't it from this one? I'm pretty sure all the text is from that message, but it may be one of the other messages from Zoria. Either way, these are actual like messages from Zoria in Trig, in the Trig font. And we have it for all the different T1 Trig ships. So they look pretty good. I do find the description interesting. Inspired by the deep crimson hues of Triglavian space and the striking blue undercurrent of drifter ships, this nanocoding pays tribute to the victories of the Triglavian Collective and the Cybernauts during the Drifter Crisis of YC127. Personally, I feel like CCP should get the easy win of giving a free set of this skin to those who participated like the most on behalf of the Triglavians. They definitely should have made a big deal of that. And for the record, I'm not talking about me. I'm not the one that did it. There were people that busted their ass to do the pro trig stuff during multiple phases of the Drifter Crisis. And if these are to celebrate those, I think that it would have been great for CCP to just give a free copy of these skins to those people. But pretty cool effects, though. Got little dots down the line here. But overall, I would say that these are pretty simple skins. They have some decent nostalgia or value. They have the Trig text on it. Like, for a big Trig fan, these are good skins. But combine that with the fact that the deals themselves aren't, like, stunningly good compared to the other deals that are being done right now, I would argue that you would only want to get an Ascendancy Legacy pack if you actually wanted these skins or found value in the skins. Let's look at this. Let's look at the SKINR stuff. Pawjuice Gloss. Oh, I guess you're right. We're gonna have to pull it up in SKINR. What saw that I should not claim the 10plex 7-day Omega thing. If you are an alpha, if you're an Omega, then it doesn't really matter. But if you are an alpha and you're going to spend the 10plex in order to get the 7 days of Omega, you want to wait until next week so that way you can get the entire track in Omega. Because if you just pick up the 7 days of Omega today, then that ends in 7 days. But if you get it in 7 days, then you can retroactively claim this week's rewards and it'll last through next week as well. That's all we're saying. So if you're already Omega, feel free to grab your 10plex and your 7 days of Omega and call it good. No problem there. Yep. Now, we do need to double verify whether or not you can claim it on Tuesday. I think we have. We haven't absolutely verified it, but it is the difference of 325,000 skill points, whether or not you wait or not. Like, if you don't wait, if an alpha goes Omega today, you're actually losing out on 375,000 skill points, which is a lot. Okay, so if we go here and look, you said it's an orange, right? Oh God, how are we ever going to pull out the correct? There's so many different ones. Okay, it's like that orange. It's an orange I don't have. Wait, it's a gloss. Pod juice. I'm not sure if I'd call that orange. I'd call it yet another yellow. I mean, so I already have this unlimited. I mean, I probably bought it unlimited. But like, ooh, I feel like we already have. If I wanted to make a P, if I wanted, I mean, kind of. If I wanted to make a B skin, I'd already use that one. This is a little bit more orangey. Exoplanet Sunrise is the. Oh yeah, that is the that's the Malro orange. So this, yeah, I mean, last month? What do you mean? What? Did I say something weird? It's been 12 years? What'd I say? They did. Oh my God, this new ship is so good looking. It's true. All right, and then what is the other SKINR? 22 unending. Oh, that's a pattern. You mean the wingspan skin? Yeah, I mean, it does kind of look wingspan-y. It does have like a very citrusy look to it. The new scythe hole with the Arcombine skin is, oh, we're definitely going to check that out. It does. It looks like it's yeah, it looks like it's supposed to be a screwdriver or like a drink or something. Yeah. My eyes are so bad at picking out a pattern out of a list. It's like my eyes just skate directly over it. I wish I could just search for it. No, seriously, hold on. There's like dots on one side. What is this? Nope. I have buy orders and Gita will pay 10 million per limited use of the color of those Rose tinted and 2.5 million of unending. Is this it? It is it. This is it. Okay. That is noisy as fuck. Let's get this out of here. Wow. And then if you mirror it... Wait, can I not mirror? Wait, can I not mirror? Wait, can I not mirror it? Oh, no, okay. If you mirror it, then it gets even funnier. There you go. Makes the X metallic gold so it looks like Plex. Oh, yeah. I like gold. Would look better on a ship with less detailing. Hey. You know what? Let's, hold on. I know the perfect ship for this, guys. Gold on gold. All right. Hold on. We're going to get there. I promise. Oh, it almost looks a little bit like... Gotta go be a parent. All right. The Orthrus is good. I do like having a gold pod. All right. Let's scale this up. And... I think the offset won't work, right? Yeah. So, like... Oh, it kind of, like, starts to stretch across. Because it's having to project it from down above. There you go. Very Art Deco. You can also, if we... There you go. Yeah, I could definitely see... Yeah, this is the Plex ship, right? This is the fill the cargo up with Plex and do this. Or you know what would also be a good hull for this? The Squall? Yeah, baby. It does look like an overpriced designer bag. All right, and then what is the last thing you get? Rose tinted trit metallic. Okay, well, let's go look at that. What does it look like? Okay, it's like a whitish. There it is. Oh, yeah. That does look really good. That's like, oh, the look of a... Oh, yeah, the Avalanche. There you go. Well, you'd have to change some of the projection on it. And scale it up. It looks like the iPhone color, right? That's the rose gold of iPhone colors, if I remember correctly. Like that. It's kind of got, yeah, it's got the rose gold vibe to it, right? That's a demographic, I'm sure of it. How much is it going to cost in Plex? Well, so you're going to buy the component like from the, remember this is coming from the deal. Hey, Gentleman Gamer, 07 to you. You're going to buy it from the, you have to get it from the, that pack. So you get this from the Ascendancy Legacy pack. The Initiate pack doesn't have any of those. So you have to get the $80 pack to get the color and the pattern. And then once you buy it, it is, I mean, if I'm just adding this pattern in this color, we can finalize the design. Boo. And we can see that it's going to cost 160 Plex to put it on your... Oh, that's because everything else is black. Hold on. And it's also on a very expensive ship, too, right? So it's a complexity of 9 just using these two components. So that's not wonderful. It would be 110 Plex for me to just use those two elements on this ship. But to use like a more reasonable ship, like let's say you wanted to do it on your Thorax, it would only be 60 Plex to put it on a Thorax. Hey, the Thorax is great. Oh, that's right. We were looking at the Scythe also, right? Scythe. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of Twitch either. I understand completely. And then what were we looking at? Vargas is a nice canvas, but I'm also trying to show off these new models and stuff. We were talking about a skin for the Scythe already. Hold on. Somebody mentioned a Scythe skin to look at. Our combined skin on the Scythe Fleet issue. That's hot. I love it. I love it so much. And all of those lines are going to turn white. It reminds me of the Deathless Cage. Fucking bring it. This isn't going to be with the skin, though. In fact, actually, let's skip it. Let's skip it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it until it has a skin. Now. Oh, it's black. Wait. Did it do the skin? Oh, yeah, it did. Wait, did it? Yeah, it did. Yes! You can see the pulse of the white. And then it turns orange. Yeah, I don't... Whatever. That's fine. Winner. R Combine. What other... any other ships that got a rework got R Combine? Our CCP cooked too hard on the site. Oh! Oh! The R Combine skin is so good at, like, pulling out the details. Hey, Ottoman. 07. Thanks for hanging out. Alright, let's go ahead and warp. We've got those chimney stacks on the top. Things fold up. It turns white. Those panels folded up a little bit. The chimneys go in. The chimneys get pulled in. Here it is coming out of warp. You can see it folds back open. The chimneys come back out. Yeah, it's the Harbinger Navy. Got nerfed. Tomorrow it'll get buffed. But as of today, I believe it's a nerfed. See, look at that flickering, guys. This is... I did DirectX 11. So DirectX 11 isn't fixing everything. Okay, so... just so we can see it... like... normal. Oh, also... camera... dynamic camera movement. So we're going to turn that off for a little bit. I gotta go 9? That wasn't an option. Yes, the resist bonus, the resist stuff was changed. It's flickering because of the Mimitar wiring on the RBG ship. Yeah, except for I don't know if we're going to get it to work like this, but like on my Paladin, yeah, you can see it flickering pretty bad still. Yeah, we're gonna have to roll it. We're gonna have to run it in Windows 95 compatibility mode with administrator privileges in order to get the flickering to go away. Man, back when I worked for a company doing software development, their IT team, the first solution to every... like in the military, if you go to sick call, they will just give you ibuprofen and a cold pack and send you out the door. You could basically have like a missing arm and they would do that. It doesn't matter how sick you are. The first time you come in, they give you ibuprofen and a cold pack. If you come back the next day or a couple days later, that's when they actually try to like diagnose your problem, right? Same thing in IT. You go to IT about anything, the very first thing that they're going to say is, try running it in administrative mode. All right, let's see if we can see anything cool about the warp with the default skin. We are going to watch those chimneys fold in. Nothing really like lights up or heats up like the thorax though. Oh, there's vents in the back there. That's right after they turn it off and on again. When you're in software development and you go to IT, generally speaking, you're like, if I went to, well, actually, no, that's not true. I've definitely had IT guy tell me to turn it off and on again. I'm not talking about like calling up an IT. I'm talking about like our IT staff at our company, right? Where you walk down the hall and you go and talk to them kind of thing. Most of the time, if I'm talking to them, we're past the turning it off and on again thing, but I mean, I guess you're right. I mean, it is. That was weird that some of the UI was showing with the UI hidden. They're often dumber than the clients. Okay. But that being said, run it in administrator mode is such a common thing. All right, let's go ahead and Mauler. Get a Mauler. Do I have a Mauler here? I do. Anything? I bet you these are going to light up a little bit. I'm coming with a Celeste. Just pseudo it. Yes. Did it tuck in its neck? No, the Navy issue, it just looks like it looks that way. Okay, so we got to figure out how much of the coolness of this is the skin and how much of it is the ship. Okay, so the lights, the bright lights are the skin. Oh, did the neck tuck in during warp? We can check it. I can check it. Actually, that didn't change, like, at all. I can zoom in. Wait, hold on. My field of view is... Okay. Cool. I don't know how I managed to stick this time. Yeah, this didn't have any real engine... Oh, yep. Yep. Lower engine moved. There it is. Tech guy helping me fix my PC right now. But I have to go pick up some Google Play gift cards. Yeah, just make sure, Sargon, make sure you let you keep the remote access port open while you're gone, so that way they can get some work done. Yeah, turret's folded down. Most big companies don't give local admin to users. Yeah, but software developers often need to have a lot more access. Yeah, Team Viewer, yeah, yes. Nailed it. Leave all, so the pro tip, when you're dealing with IT, you can just use a sticky note tool, like the in-game or the like the app sticky notes, to put all your passwords and leave them on screen just in case they need one. All right. By the way, check this out. My UI is actually hidden right now. I can show you by if I hit Control F9, whoop, there's the rest of the UI. So what's weird is that some of this UI is showing up when I dock, even though it's not supposed to be. Hold on, let's go look at the scythe again. Scythe, fleet issue. Because like that neck already looked pretty out or tucked in. Pretty turtly already. How's it going, Rex? I'm doing great. Let's see about the neck. Yep, it does. It goes... It turtles up a little bit. That's true. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, and you can really see these like cables and stuff are working in there. Yep, and they fade when they're not in warp. Let me turn off. Let me close my window real quick. Man, this expansion didn't add very much to actually do on day one. What am I possibly going to cover for today? Spends the next 3 hours looking at the minutia of each model change and skin. That's what we do here. Like the stream. Am I playing Eve Galaxy Conquest? I am, actually. So yesterday I was going to stream Eve Galaxy Conquest, but then I put up a thing asking my audience in Discord, so get on my Discord in there if you're interested. And I put out a poll, and overwhelmingly you guys said to just take Memorial Day off, which I appreciate. But I did actually play Eve Galaxy Conquest some yesterday just to get a feel for it. I do want to talk a little bit about it more, but overall I would say that there has been a pretty significant UI, just a lot of little polish here and there. It feels a little bit more like a finished mobile game, for better or worse. You know, claim all buttons and just like the maintenance of making a good, fun to use, not clicky game. But at the same time, a lot of the things that are problematic or like a problem with the game or that make the game harder to play are still there. I mean, like the overall objectives haven't changed. The idea of the meta hasn't changed. The fact that they're still selling the latest, hottest thing for $1,000 hasn't changed. 26,000 players. It's been more than that, right? It's been like 500,000, I thought. Oh, are you talking about into Eve? I mean, it's also Tuesday. So, like, the thing is that this expansion is a big change to the game, but it's not a big change for today. Like, today, there's very little, if any, change from yesterday, outside of, like, the models. I'd like to see all these ships put through a virtual wind tunnel to test their aerodynamics or lack thereof. Well, they don't have... It's funny that you say that, because, like... A, ships obviously don't need to deal with aerodynamics most of the time, but B, it's kind of what the Aurora skin does, right? Like if we go to the thorax, so the full no, what I mean by that is like, so the Babaraga is going to take 24 hours to research, and then it's going to take another 2 days to build. So the very first Babaragas aren't going to be rolling off the line until later this week. The Sarathiel is going to take even longer. The first Sarathiels are going to roll off the line in the next couple of weeks. That's assuming people are ready to grab on it right there. No, I only on YouTube. But also the full expansion hasn't dropped because there's going to be features coming out throughout the rest of the expansion. But the point is, like, people haven't put up the hacking relay, you know, like the thing that makes it so the new relic sites appear. Probably people haven't built the effects generators in their systems or decided which ones to put them in yet. So a lot of these things are put like this, and this is true about basically every Eve expansion, right? The day of Eve expansion, usually you don't like with World of Warcraft or whatever, when there's a new expansion, everybody's jumping in to check out the new stuff. But with an Eve expansion, it's more about increasing capabilities, and so there's not much as far like the player base needs some time to do things with the new shovels that they've and boots and stuff like that. The new tools that they've given us will take a little bit of time to percolate and be more of a present in the game, right? One of the things that you do have, and we were looking at, is the opportunities. There's the new public opportunity system. Freelancer projects, which have been growing. I mean, earlier there was only 14. Now there's 22. So this is probably the biggest, like, shiny thing. Yes, you can do the Freelancer Corporation stuff right now. But, again, like, with the Freelancer Corporation stuff, there's no intrinsic value to the corporation for why they might want to do it to you. So everything that is kind of existing in this Freelancer project is more about things that people want, like intrinsic motivation, right? Things that people are willing to spend money on or ISK to see happen, but aren't necessarily like, it's not like this mine Veldspar task. You don't turn in the Veldspar. He's just paying you to mine Veldspar. And so this ends up being a really good recruitment tool, and it's a good way to, like, affect the sandbox, but it's not an economic tool yet, okay? And I think that that's actually really good. We talked about that earlier. Yeah, Uprising and Havoc both had, like, faction warfare stuff to dig into, a play style that was added or updated into the game. The play styles haven't really been updated in this one. The new features, the new stuff to do is coming later with the Gold Rush. Yeah, we hummed and hawed for earlier in this video, if you want to go back and check it out at some point, where I feel like there's a certain amount of this expansion that didn't come out yet because it wasn't ready, but you can tell by the way they talked about it and by the trailer that there is/was a lot more that was supposed to be part of it. But, you know, CCP's expansion schedule is probably a little bit too rigid at the moment. Without ACL, freelance isn't great. Looks like you can't restrict access in any way besides character age. That's correct. Character age is the only way to restrict it at this time. And even then, people can see it. I mean, this one, Mine Scordite, this one's already 63% completed. Is there 7 days of free Omega with this expansion? If you are already Omega, we should pick Will's colors on stream. If you already are Omega, then you should go to the Nest store, pick up your free 10-plex, and then use that 10-plex to buy your 7 days of Omega. If you are not Omega right now, then you should wait until next week, Monday or Tuesday, and then buy the 7 days of Omega for 10-plex then, so that way you get all of the rewards in the track. Because the login track is actually low-key huge. Like, we already looked at it. There's 550,000 skill points in the login track, but 325,000 of it is in the Omega track on the second week. So you don't want to redeem your Omega today if you are an alpha. You'll want to redeem it later so that way you can get that second week of the track, as well as retroactively grabbing the previous weeks. What if I only have 1 day of Omega left? Well, then wait until... Yeah. I think they should lower the cost for freelance jobs. I know more scammers, but drop a lot of discount and then adjust. So they can always, like... So the number one fear was that it would get abused, right? That's what everybody thought about. It would be abused. So their number one goal is to have it not be abused, right? Or at least if it's going to be abused, like if it's going to be outlandish, then they want it to show off in a way that is a little bit more restrained. They can always lower the cost once things are healthy, or once they know that things are healthy. And honestly, like, I'm honestly very impressed with the opportunities that have been showing up. People are caring. People are getting into it in a way that I think is pretty cool. You know, there's even like weird, not weird, but, you know, some fun RP going on. Ha! So unsolicited security auditing is now paying people 100 million ISK total, 100 ISK per damage, to attack people as part of the Transgressors Alliance. Because they're bad people. I mean, again, this is kind of silly. Like, this is completely arbitrary, more or less. Oh, yeah, and also only in these systems. So this is kind of like an arbitrary thing. This guy might be just trying to get people to come and fight their own guys. They might actually be trying to convince you that these people are bad. But, like, this is so much pure sandbox that, in my opinion, anybody who doesn't like this and then tries to argue that Eve is a sandbox and that's a good thing, like, these are the same. This is what it looks like when Eve is a sandbox. This is what being a sandbox looks like, right? Players can just add content to the game, not because it's profitable, not because CCP has rewarded it in some way, but because they fucking wanted it to exist. That's what the great thing about a sandbox is, right? Mining support for Glentia industrial ship production. Industrial ships constitute the core vessels for prosperity in New Eden. There's a steady demand for such craft due to activities of dread pirates, drifters, and pilot error. If you do not want to transport the ore, sell it as your favorable station in the Genesis region. So this is asking you to... Oh, mine ore. Mine any ore in the Sanctum constellation. So somebody was pointing out, like, if you have a mining operation in Sanctum constellation, this is a good way to get people to come in and they start mining scordite. You're paying them 5 ISK per scordite. But what you do is you get a record of all the people that are doing this. And therefore you can then reach out to them and to talk with them or hunt them. You have a bounty just for ganking webbing ships in Uedama. Nice. Yeah, see? Great. Wait. Not great. I don't like that one. That's great. Wait, that's me. Shit. Mine blue ice not compressed. Why do you care if it's compressed? You're not the one. Whatever. All right. Aurora Universalis. This is the... I was going to say, like, there are some skins that already have, like, a wind tunnel-like effect on it. Okay, so if we go to the corporation thing... Let's do another thing. Let's just go to corporation. Let's try out... Is that under administration? Brand management. Edit colors. Okay, so primary color. Oh, I can't... Oh, you know what this needs so badly? Why don't I have an eyedropper? I want to be able to eyedrop off of my logo. Right? Why is there no eyedropper? Okay, we'll do this the hard way. Can I desaturate a little bit? No. This is great. Immediately complain about it. Wait, hold on. Ah! You can do the RGB, but I don't know what the RGB of that color is. Hold on. I could pull out, like, paint and do an eyedropper to get the hex code. Okay, so then color 2... and color 3. Could always do a screenshot and the paint. I drop it off. Yeah, I get that, but I mean, CCP does love their third-party tools. So if I go here and do there we go. That looks right. That looks good, right? play with Melrose a bit. Not happy with the colors at the moment, but it was fun playing with it. I do like it. It's a cool tool and power toys for color picking. So nice to have. NPC genocide counter to keep track of the exact total I'm up to. Like a couple 100,000 now. Nice. And that's the thing. Like some of this stuff I think is great just for like... Wait a minute. I can't get those colors. Grrr. This goes back to I want there to be like an official color palette for the Empires released. So let's say man, I like the invited color so much more than the Let's try this. Yeah? Maybe? Orange and red and silver, blue and purple. We got... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not married to it yet. There we go. I feel like that's closer to the invited colors, probably. Not 100% sure. But also, Corp logo for Servant Sisters of Grief is the coolest I've been able to make in the game logos. So make in-game logos look so far. Am I doing that right? Servant Sisters of Grief. Oh my god. I know how you did that. That's a pretty good one. That looks... So you based it off of the Maura... Or not the... You didn't base it off the Aderon logo, but it uses the same... It uses the same piece as the Aderon logo. See? You're using the same, like, shell. You just put different colors on it, which is cool. All right. All right. We're getting kind of distracted, but is there anything else that we definitely want to cover today? Is there anything else that we definitely want to cover today? We've gone over a lot of stuff. Have we done Baba fitting? No. No, we haven't. We want to cover ESO. There's a big expansion coming to ESO we could talk about. I'm not the one to talk about it though. Do we want to walk through a freelance project? That's well, we kind of did already. Oh, that's what I was doing. Hold on, let's try that. So I'm gonna go to corporation, and I'm going to go to freelance jobs, create new. Capture faction warfare complexes. You son of a bitch. I thought they said that it would cover pirate faction warfare. Nope. I'm not making a freelance project right now. Nope. Not at the moment. I think they're cool, but not for us yet. Hashtag protest. All right. Let's see. That's so dumb. I'm actually unironically kind of upset about that because, like, it would be a great way to be like, this campaign. Just try to fit a Komodo and Pyfa to push EHP to the limit. And it's a beast. Yeah, it is. That was already true. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just pull up my Paladin. And we're just going to assume that what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? And we're going to go X large, reactive, large cap battery. Oh, some of this shit is just garbage in there. Hold on. La, 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 la. All right, now we can do this. That's not a Paladin? No, I'm using my Paladin fit to give me the basis for a Marauder armor ship. Bastion. No problem. No. Thank you for bringing that up because, like, it's if people misunderstood me, it's good to get that fixed. Okay, so, like, this is kind of my beginning setup. I'm probably gonna want. I wanted a 500 MN, but I already am so cap. I'm having cap problems already. So we could look at. Are my rigs on here? No. Has a turret slot for a wild mining laser? 500 million EHP with a Komodo without the system effect? And, oh, with overheating. Regrets letting us side with pirates considering recent decisions like the Deathless ships being more accessible to Null, not being able to freelance, everything about Zarzak. No, I think that it's one of those things where I don't think it's necessarily CCB regretting it. It's more like the spider web is so like the tendrils go so deep that they're kind of trying, like, there's always things. Yeah, it's CCP being mad. I hate to put it that way, but I think Jeff is right. Like, it's just being unthorough. Double capacitor control circuits don't work. Capacitor power relays still don't work. Ah, there we go. We made it to cap stable. All right. Cool. So then, entropic. And now the secret is I don't actually care if I'm cap stable as long as I'm cap stable with the microwarp drive off. I'm going to tear off one of those. And, like, this is it. This is my Babaraga fit, right? Which, by the way, guys, you want to see something I'm proud of? You want to see something I'm proud of? Day one, baby. Day one. Gold Babaraga. Maybe restrain better than T2? that's, you know, there's a case for that to be made. Wait. What? Oh. Right, because it's while it's off. Got it. Right? Yep, yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. It doesn't let me get another piece, though. Oh, it does let me get another rig, though. I could go, but what would I put in for a rig? Semiconductor memory cell. So this is 19.2, 15.9. Nope, that's not going to work either. I don't think I get anything out of it. A nano pump? That's going to also mess up my cap stability. No, it's not. That's a pretty big jump, too. 100 EHP, and I'm still cap stable. I like it. I like it a lot, Not Henry. Good job. Well done. You finished your Legion training just in time for Legion? No plates? What? This is for ratting. Or this is for, you know, missions or whatever. You know, if your repper's going to hold, then why would you have plates? Under normal conditions, you would just pull off the repper and put on a plate, right? Oh, look, it's only 1.5 billion. See? Nothing. Wait, that's 1.5 billion without the Babaraga. Nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. The Babaraga has the highest armor EHP among Marauders. Yeah, you want to know the tracking? The tracking is going to be 11.67, which, if I remember correctly, is really, really good for a battleship. Out to 45. I am... Hold on. That's true. I'm not in my correct implants. This is also not my correct implants. Am I in my... Oh, I am in my correct implants. This is in my Asclepians and Ogden's. So this is not... Sorry, this is not the... what you would have without implants. But let's go ahead and see. So 45 kilometers with short-range ammo. With a cult, I get 844 offense, which, if I remember correctly, what, it's 150, so it's like 400%. So, calculator, 844 times 4, so 3.3 million damage DPS. K DPS. Yeah, 3,300 DPS when fully spooled with Occult. And Mystic shoots out to 97 kilometers. If I put in a tracking script, in my tracking script, if I put in optimal range, it goes out to 104. If I go with Mason, it goes out to 124 kilometers, baby. 124 kilometers. Yeah, boy. And if we're shooting that far, I mean, obviously we could change this to a micro jump drive, and we could turn that grappler into another tracking computer. That's pretty hot, though. I'm very excited. And it's still almost 500 DPS. So it's 2K Can you imagine doing 2,000? You can't even target that far? Shh. 116 kilometers. Am I going to kill Triggs with it? Unironically, maybe. I'm excited about it. Because this thing still has... It has a tracking of 9.93, right? Hold on, let's save this right now. Baba Testa. Save. So now, if I pull up my Paladin again... And we load radio. That, boy howdy, this only goes to 106 before fall off with radio. That's with 2 tracking computers. That's 2 tracking computers, not 1. With 2 tracking computers with, oh, nope, hold on. With optimal range. Now I make 119. And it has a track, it has twice the tracking, 4.47 versus with Mystic. Okay, so the Paladin basically with Mystic, the Babaraga shoots as far as the Paladin does at first fall off with the same tracking. It does 608 DPS versus the Paladin. Where's my Paladin? Did I do something with it? There it is. My Paladin with that radio is only... it starts out with 745 DPS. So the Paladin's going to start out doing higher DPS. But boy howdy, is that like a barely making it feel better, right? If I put in the other thing, Scorch. So now it's doing 1,400 DPS, but it only goes out to 76 to 95 kilometers. So it's going to be doing about 1.5 times the DPS in theory. But its tracking is a little bit lower, and its range is a little bit lower. And that's with double tracking computer. Yeah, but so yeah, the heavy status grappler obviously requires you to be closer. That's true. So if you're closer, then you're using a cult, and you're doing 844 DPS out the gate with 40 kilometer range, which isn't like my favorite, but given the fact that that's basically, so if you're fighting with the grappler, then you're fighting with the occult. But it still ends up with more tracking, unless, of course, you put in the optimal range. So with the optimal range, you get to 41 kilometers. So actually, the script is basically not useful. You get 2 kilometers of range out of the script. You get 3 or so kilometers out of the thing, but you also get the tracking speed. The Sarathiel has arties with the range of targeting range with Quake. It's so gross. You mean first fall off range, right? Sounds like it'll get hit by the Nerf bat eventually. I mean, its damage is lower. I mean, I think that there's definitely a balance for this, especially given how expensive the Sarathiel or the Babaraga is going to be. Abyssal Heatsink, high Mimesis can hit 10k DPS after 4 minutes. There is the video by Gustav Manfred today that showed him testing it out on the test server, and he got it, I think he said he got it up to 14,000. Or 14,000. There should be no Babaragas in Jeddah. Are you telling me there's a Babaraga for sale in Jeddah right now? I don't believe you. Is that true? I bet you there's a buy order for Baba Ragas. Polarized disintegrators. Yes, he was on a test server, so he had like the fanciest stuff, period. But even this is going to hit over 2K DPS. No Baba and Giga, that's what I thought. There should not, there cannot be a Baba Raga in Jita right now. There cannot be a Baba Raga in Jita for at least another 2 days. Even if you had everything lined out, it would take, hold on. I don't know how much TE you can get, but this is 4 days. Oh, the initial price is going to be like 20 to 30 billion, if not more. But so yeah, it's going to be no less than no sooner than probably Friday. Yeah, in a full bonus Sodio, it takes 18 hours to invent, and then yeah. Buy order of 10 billion. Anybody who sells to that buy order is fucking themselves. Yeah, no. So the problem, honestly, is here we go. Let's look at this real quick. We're gonna hop off and go over to Jita now and see what the prices are. Okay, let's say I want to build myself a Baba Raga. Okay. Oh shit! I haven't paid any attention to anything. I have my Lashak. And let's say I have the correct data cores to invent it. So I can invent my own data cores. I can invent my own Baba Raga. On the other side of things, I'm not going to worry about ME, so it's all going to kind of be a wash because it's not the point of the experiment. But let's go ahead and just look into... Baba Raga. Baba Raga. Check DM for Artie stats. I mean, that's pretty funny. Look at that upfront damage, though. Look at that tracking, though. Oh, shit. But that's honestly, like, that damage per second. The Baba Raga could theoretically hit that damage per second pretty easily. I call it Baba Yaga, so, you know, whatever. Barbaroga. There you go. No, there should be a buy order. Yeah, there's plenty of buy orders in Jita. None of them are going to be for good values. Everybody's, like, if anybody sells anything in there, they're garbage. Caldari copywriting colors. I could see that happening. View in industry. Oh yeah, no, it's been the Baba Yaga to me forever. So right now, like, don't believe this. This is an estimate. Let's just buy all. Let me make sure I don't have any money in my wallet so I don't accidentally buy it. Okay, good. Wait, there's not enough repelling shield emitters in Jita? I guess that's a kind of a newer thing. So even then you'd have to, like, react this stuff before you could do anything. Because this is the stuff that's for the deluge and stuff. But even then, like, let's assume that you have that, right? You don't need, let's say you don't need the repelling shield emitters. You don't need the Lashak. I'd like to point out that this number says 24 billion ISK. 24 billion ISK. Now, a lot of that is actually in this this armor plate. which is also going to be ridiculous because of the fact that it's a newer material. So let's go ahead and clear that out. It's still, even with those two things, all of those major things removed, just in the trig salvage and radar clusters, just in trig salvage and radar clusters, and you know, some of the other basic stuff like Morphite, you're talking about 8 billion ISK. So no, it's not going to be 10 billion ISK. It's going to start at like 50 to 30, you know, 30 to 50 billion ISK, and it's going to stay above. It's going to stay at, I'm going to guess, 15 to 20 billion ISK for a while. And then the problem is that this salvage, right? This trinary state processor, let's look at this. Let's look at what happened here, okay? See this? This is why the Baba Raga is as expensive as it is. Because here is the value of that material for the last year, and there is the value of the material in the last month. It is so since the announcement, it went from 31,000 ISK per unit to currently 500,000. So the value of trig salvage has jumped by a factor of 10. That's the reason why at the beginning of the stream you saw me salvaging a wormhole right now. Because I love you guys, but I ain't got time to fuck around. We need trig salvage. There's not enough of this shit in the universe right now for all of the amount that people... Well, we knew that they were going to take this stuff. And we knew it was going to be in pretty big quantities. And this is stuff that's pretty hard to acquire for most people. But some people have been able to acquire this stuff pretty easily. Those Pochfin guys, you know, you thought that Pochfin guys needed more money because they're making too little money in Pochfin? Guess what? Look at that. That's just one piece of this. There's field manipulators from 0.16 to 0.58. So maybe not a factor of 10. But pretty big. Too little money. Yeah, Sargon, I'm glad that you caught on to the joke. Yes. Lattice deca-isogen, not as quite as bad. But yeah, this right here, these materials, which are the materials used for all Triglavian T2 ships, this is what's going to define how expensive the Baba Raga is for how long. Because it's going to take a long... Just like Edencom ships. The reason why Edencom ships are so expensive isn't necessarily because they're so hard to make. It's that the LP that it takes and the parts that it takes to actually build them are... Like, there's so few people actually doing the activities that actually get you that stuff now because the invasions are over, right? If invasions were still going on, if I could form a group and we go run minor conduits, even if it was just minor conduits, if I could get 2 of my buddies together and we could go grab 3 Drex, and I could consistently run minor conduits, even if I had to run between systems, I could make a ton of money doing this. But, like... that activity has been so disrupted that it's like barely anything right now. Like the site itself is worth a lot, but it's like you pull together everybody, you run one site, and then it's over, and then you have to go find another one. Who knows which of the minor victories it might show up in. So this stuff is relatively hard to pull. Now there's been dudes farming those wormholes for like the last 4 years. They have just made a lot of money. But the nice thing is that those wormholes are easy to fight over and easy to contest. So I encourage you to go do that with that magnate that I was showing off last week. All right. I think that that's probably good enough for today, unless there's something else that jumps out right away for what we need to talk about. But, you know, this is a 4.5-hour stream. Feels like that we've covered a lot of stuff. I don't believe I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I might. I still might. You should hop on the Discord in order to see whether or not I'm going to, or to encourage me to, maybe. For members, I do have the first pass of the turrets video out that I would encourage you to check out and give me feedback on. I do need to get that edited. If you are new or you need 1 million free skill points, please use the link down below or in chat in order to get that. Pick up some merch or consider becoming a member or patron of the stream. But mostly just like the stream, because that helps get this out to everyone. And as always, I've been Astronaut. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even to context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and providing such great discourse and discussion. Thanks for all of you who watched this after the fact. In fact, if you've watched this not live, but if you watched it after the fact, please put in the comments that, let's see, what should we say? What should we say? Use the code word Big Blue Donut to let me know that you made it to the end and you're awesome and I love you. If you're watching this live, obviously I already love you and you're awesome. Yeah, but go ahead and hop on the Discord. Come join us in the Convocation Empyreans. We're here maximizing player engagement with EVE Online. But all that said, I've been Astronaut, the voice of New Eden. Until next time, I'll see you in space. I'm sure I'm going to think of the other thing I was going to talk about today as soon as I stop streaming. So tomorrow or Thursday, we'll jump into whatever that happens to be. All right, bye.